Hello, everyone, and hello, Claire.
Hello.
Good morning or afternoon, or even late evening if you are here from Australia. I hope that you're all having a great day. But I think this is the few times where all throughout the world it is mostly Sunday. It is mostly
Yes.
Sunday for everyone. Which is quite nice. It doesn't happen very often. Let us know in the comments what you're doing. Obviously, we are promoting Chestnut Springs Along. That is a read along that is hosted by our lovely Claire. Yes, thank you for showcasing the book. I also have the book, woohoo, and matching copies. We love it. So this is a read along that is mainly hosted by Claire, but Brittany Loves Reading and myself have, been very happy to join along in the fun. And we are doing a book every single month starting this month. So in April, we've started with Flawless. If you're not joining, that's totally fine. But if you're like, oh, that sounds really fun, I didn't know you were doing this. Well, you can always join because these go by really quick. Like I can already sense that Claire has confirmed it. So
Yes.
don't feel as though you can just keep going. You don't have to wait and do one book a month like I'm doing because this is new for me. This is a reread for Claire.
Yes.
But yeah, so all of you know that I'm going to be reading Flawless. Obviously, I'm at page 50, so very early days for me. Still getting into the narrative.
Yeah.
Obviously, Claire, you've already finished Flawless this month, so you're going to be reading something
Yes.
else. What are you
Yes.
reading?
So it's the second book in the series because I finished Mina and the Undead by Amy McCaw, which is, if you don't know, it's a YA horror slasher. So
Mm-hmm.
it's set in the 90s in New Orleans. And if you love the movies like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Scream and Halloween, it's definitely got those vibes. There's vampires in here, and it's a really fun time. And I gave it 5 stars. I finished it this morning. So
Mm-hmm.
good. So I'm moving on to the second book, which is Mina and the Slayers. So, and it's a lot chunkier, but I'm so excited for it. I've had honestly
Yeah.
had such a good time with the first book.
Oh my gosh, that's so I love that when especially when you have the book readily available, you're like, "Okay, I absolutely loved this. I want to read book 2. I have book 2. Let me just jump in. Don't
Yes.
even have to worry
I was
about it."
just like, I was far too excited. So, and
Yeah.
Amy McCaw, she's a self-published author as well.
Mhm.
So she's an indie author. So this series doesn't get a lot of hype, and it should because it was so much fun. If you wanted to try YA horror slasher, I think this is a really good place to start because it's so much fun.
Mhm. The honestly, just the covers tell me that the illustrations are probably really nice.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a
Yeah.
90s VHS tape kind of vibe.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah,
So
I love that vibe. Yeah.
yeah, so
Ooh, okay.
it's so much fun. So I'll be starting book 2 on the sprints today. So
Oh, awesome. I'm gonna have to look into that. And we also, so Claire and I were talking about this in the backstage, but there were some people who got here very early. One of them was Vanessa. So my time, it says that she commented this at 6:24 a.m. So Vanessa, what are you doing? I know you're in my time zone. You were up so early.
that's too
Uh,
early.
it's too early. Sleep in. You deserve it. I hope you are all enjoying this book so much. Yes. So again, so far, it's early days for me. Claire absolutely loves it, but we're gonna see if I agree. Also, Donna was here super early. I am here 2 hours early, but waiting patiently for the arrival of you all. Yes, Donna, we'll have to let you know what we think as we go forward. Especially because Donna, you're in Canada. Let me know if I'm completely off. For some reason, if not, you're just giving me Canada vibes, which is weird to say. We also have Julie, same Donna. I pulled these up to wait while I do my planning for the week. I hope that you've been productive, that you've gotten the planning and you're feeling good about this coming week. This is like a good reset day, almost
Yeah.
Sundays, to be like, okay, get through the Monday scaries. We'll plan today. Also, Brooklyn, I'm just starting now, so excited for these sprints. I made sure to share Brooklyn's sprints. She's sprinting right now. I double checked as we were starting, and yeah, so she's currently in like a 30-minute sprint. So for some of you who maybe don't want to chat, so you just want to start reading right away, you could always jump over there and say hi and spend the first 30 minutes reading with her. That could be kind of nice. And she's here. Hello. Yes, of course. Definitely. And we're going to have to chat about this book if you're reading Flawless with all of us. Hello to Neil. Good morning to you. We also have Beatrice.
Hello.
Hello. Saying hello to Claire too.
Hello.
Also, Bree's here, getting ready for to set up for a big filming day. I wish you luck. I think I've been really good about filming, actually. Rarely.
Mhm.
I'm really, really bad about it. I'm like, oh, that's right, I should probably film. And I've been thinking
Yeah.
about vlogging Flawless or the entire series. I feel like that could be really fun. Obviously, I
Mhm.
haven't recorded anything, so I'd want to start doing that.
Yeah.
But I feel like that could be really fun. A friend was telling me that I should record myself taking a like cowboy quiz, like what kind of cowboy
Yeah. Yeah.
would be my romantic interest. And I feel like that would be really fun. We could have a lot of fun with it. So I might have to do that too. Good luck with filming, Brie. I
Yeah.
hope that you don't get the filming fatigue because sometimes that happens by the end of the day. Eating lunch and then we'll start Flawless. Sounds great, Greta. Hoping to annotate it this time round as it's a reread. Honestly,
Nice.
that
Yeah.
sounds great. Yeah, especially with rereading. I don't know. I'm intimidated to annotate as I go for my first time ever reading a book, but I can
Yeah.
understand. Yeah. Rereading is like the way to do it. Good morning, Lexi. Oh my gosh. Also, Lexi, I feel like I haven't seen you in quite some time. We've kind of been passing ships because of our schedule. So I hope you've been well. I'm reading quite a few different things, but starting with a book from Neck Alley, The Maiden and the Unseen. Ooh, okay. That sounds a bit maybe like spooky, a bit dark. I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah, maybe paranormal or something to that effect. I hope that you enjoy it. Laura's here. Hello. I'm doing some booktube planning and finishing Death and the Conjurer. So also Laura honestly did such a cool thing. They got to meet the author of Death and the Conjurer, Tom Mead, and
Yeah. I think I saw a picture on
oh my
her
gosh, I'm so
on
jealous.
their
I'm going
Instagram. Yeah.
to I'm gonna grab my American copies because Laura had been asking me for pictures and then I totally forgot. So one moment. I will continue chatting from afar. I'm still here. Ha ha ha. So here's the American copies: Death and the Conjurer, and
Yeah.
then The Murder Wheel. I will say
Ooh.
I do like the British copies as well. I love these. It's a rare occasion where I like the American and the British copies.
Yeah.
But
I'll have
yeah,
a
and I
look.
also I have. Where could it be? Where could I have put it? I was really lucky to get a physical arc for the third book. So I'm
Mhm.
going to grab that as well. I promise we're here for cowboy romance. I promise we're here for cowboy romance. But I'm showcasing. So this is book 3, Cabaret Macabre,
Oh,
and
that's very pretty.
isn't it? It's really pretty, and
Mm.
the author's so kind. He obviously knew that I was obsessed with the series, and he very much was very kind to his fan, and he reached out to me and had like Mysterious Press, which is the American publisher, send me a
Mhm.
physical arc. Like he made sure to do that for me, and I was like, "That's so nice of
That's so
you."
nice. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a smaller press. Speaking of like independent publishing and small publishing and self-publishing, it can be really hard for them to get these precious arcs. And so I'm
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
make sure that everyone knows that they're great. But anyways, I'm jealous of Laura. That's all we'll say there. Hello, Sarah. I've been having the best time with Flawless. I'm currently on chapter 25. Amazing.
Love
Yeah,
that.
you are much further than I am. I'll be catching up with you, and I'm only physically reading this. I know that some people in the comments probably have the audiobook, and I've heard good things about the audio, but it hasn't been that bad. It's been what I mean is by speed. It's been very
Yeah.
quick to just physically read it, so I don't feel too far behind. Also, Beatrice is reading Happy Place by Emily
Ooh, that's
Henry.
a good one. Yeah, that's a good
I
one.
didn't like it, but I'm glad that you enjoyed it. So then we've got both
I
spectrums.
mean, it wasn't 5 stars. I gave it 4
Mm,
stars. It wasn't
okay,
quite a
yeah.
5-star, but I still did enjoy it.
And like there is like we talked about this last time. Emily Henry's so well loved, but there's also it's hit or miss for certain people.
Yeah.
Like some people love her, some people hate her, some people are in the middle. So Beatrice, you'll have to decide. And this isn't the first time Beatrice has read uh, Emily Henry. I think was it Beach Read? You'll have to let me know, Beatrice.
I think it might have been Beach Read, I think.
Yeah, very early still, but what I have read so far, I'm intrigued. Yes, so I'll say that when I was reading the beginning, I was eating it up. Like I think it was maybe around the halfway point where I started not being as interested. But
Hmm.
yeah. So hello, Rye. How are you? I hope you're enjoying your weekend. I hope you're having a nice, relaxing day. After our chat last sprint, I bit the bullet and bought the Gold Rush Ranch series with the pretty horse. Ooh, watercolor covers.
Well, actually, Alicia gifted me the first two books in the Off to the I'm just like,
That's
and she
so
also gifted me Wild Love,
nice.
Elsa
Mhm.
Silver's new book as well. I was just like, this is far too much. Like you shouldn't have done this, but she gifted the first two books to me,
Oh,
and
that's
they're
so
really, really
nice.
pretty. So I've
Yeah.
ended up getting the other two books in the series, so I'll have the full set.
Oh, that's lovely. And you know what, though? You have organized this entire thing, and it's going to end up being like a 5-month project. So, yes, you definitely
Yeah.
deserve that. So, that was really kind of her. Yeah.
Honestly, I wasn't expecting it. She messaged me to say, "Oh, there might be something coming for you." I'm just like, like you shouldn't have gifted me anything. Like I hate being gifted things, but I like gifting things to people.
Oh, yeah. I love like the waiting, being like, "Ooh, it's coming to you. You're gonna get
Yeah,
it. It's
yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
so fun." And yeah, it's really hard to receive it, and especially because you want to show how much you appreciate it, and it feels very
Mm.
hard to be like sincere and being like, "No, I genuinely like cannot thank you enough." So I'm sure you
Yeah,
did
and
great.
then I think she also mentioned that those covers are meant to be going out of print as well. So she wanted to
Mm-hmm.
gift them to me so I would have those copies as well. So I'm just like, that's so sweet.
That is. It's so funny. I feel like nowadays more often, and you all can let me know differently in the comments, but I feel like we're seeing more and more out of print like covers happening. Like they're
Yeah,
like they're
yeah,
going for either like a shorter release time, like they're not making as many copies, and maybe that's part of the marketing that they're trying to only do like a short term for a certain cover, and then when it changes, those become, coveted. But I feel like I've
yeah,
realized that quite a bit because I mean, obviously this series, this author has so many covers.
yeah.
This is the most recent one. But you know what I saw recently? A Dowry of Blood. A lot of
Oh, I love
people,
that book. I really liked that one.
yeah, but the original cover that's kind of brown with the veiled woman, and it's a bit different. That one's out of print now apparently because you only see the one with the black background and like the red line over her
Yeah, that's
face.
one that I've got. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was looking, so on Pango, I think it was just advertised to me, and like they were selling the A Dowry of Blood, the copies I saw for like 80 between 80 to $130. And
That's
I was
insane.
like, what is happening? And then I realized
Yeah.
in the comments, like in the little description, they were like, this is the out of print cover. And I was like, what? So
Yeah.
yeah. I happen to have that cover actually, the out of print one, and I didn't even and I'm like, "Oh, is this do I have something special?" Like
Yeah.
I didn't realize that I had something special. So it's very interesting.
Yeah.
But also congratulations, Sarah, for getting the watercolor covers. I'm so glad that you were able to get that for yourself.
Yeah.
Also, I just went on a walk and went to the bookstore that were on my way home. Oh, nice! Got a book. I got Guild, which is it Midas retelling, and I am very
Yeah.
excited for it.
I
Very
think I've
nice.
heard that series. I think it's Raven Kennedy is the author, and it's like a very dark romance retelling about King
Mhm.
Midas, who I think he's the one that's like he can touch things and it turns to gold. That kind of vibe, I think.
Mhm. That makes sense. It's always one of those things where I'm like, I know the name, but do I
Yeah,
know what the story is behind the name? I think you're right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ah, well,
I mean,
congratulations,
people in the
Beatrice.
comments tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what it is. So
I know. I'm always like, I feel like I lean on the comments too much for being my fact checkers. I'm like, can you just
yeah,
let me know if I'm being crazy? I'm like, don't trust me. Trust the comments, basically.
yes,
Like if they confirm, it's great. Hello, Ro. I hope you're doing well this morning. Julie is also saying hello again. I'm reading Flawless with you today. Currently at 17%. Okay. So that means you and I are probably pretty close to each other. Like I'm not 15% in, but I think I'm close to it.
hmm
I cannot wait to hear your thoughts. My favorite series. Honestly, so many positive thoughts about Flawless and about like the series in general. I'm
yeah,
really looking forward to it. I think I'm most excited. I love doing this is like ranking. Like who's my favorite
yeah.
couple, who's my favorite guy, who's my favorite girl, all the things in between.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
when we get to live shows, maybe we could do that. We could rank. the like couples and things.
Yeah,
That
that's
would
I'm
be fun.
totally excited for that. Well, because you know what, Brittany and I were talking about that for Ice Planet Barbarian, is that we like at the end once we finish it, we've got to rank all of them and like talk about all the different things. Like, what's
Yeah,
our favorite trope? What's our favorite? Like, we're gonna have to do that for Chestnut Springs. I'm
yeah,
really excited
definitely.
about it.
Yeah,
I've just started on chapter 4, and it's reading so fast. I'm telling you, it is really fast,
it's
and I'm
really
loving
quick.
it so
Yeah,
much. Having it's such fun time, and it's also my favorite cowboy romance. Oh, first cowboy romance, Brooklyn. Me too. Oh, this is our first together.
well, actually, Flawless was my first cowboy romance. Actually,
Oh my gosh! So
so
you're bringing more of us into the fold.
I
You're like, this was
know
my first. It'll be
I'm
your first
conversing you
too.
all. I'm only
Yes.
joking.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay, awesome. Yeah, Brooklyn, we are gonna have to chat about this because I think you're at where I'm at. Chapter 4. I think I'm starting chapter. I think I'm in the middle of chapter 5. I'm on chapter 5 right now. Summer's POV. I also realized that I need to finish up some editing on my video for today. You know what? If you want to get the productivity done first, maybe do that. Then treat yourself with reading after. Oh, I'm good. I've been doing a lot of studying for my certification exam. Oh, makes sense. And The Maiden and the Unseen is a Hades Persephone retelling. Ooh. I love that we're balancing cowboy romance with retellings today because there's a there's a lot of retellings. I think I like the American as much as the UK covers. This is for the Tom Mead ones. Usually I prefer one over the other. That's lovely that you have the arc for the third one. Yeah, and honestly, yeah, like I'm usually preferring the UK covers. But the American ones, they did a good job. And I think it's because it's a small publisher, so they're able to provide a bit of more of a niche cover edition sometimes. Like the big ones sometimes look a bit more just kind of they're following a pattern. They know that, yeah. Anywho, hello, friends. Doing some cleaning and reading this morning. Sounds good, Michaela. Haven't started Flawless yet, but I'll probably will today. Sounds good. And if you're not feeling it, if you're not in the mood, we can
Yeah,
confirm that there are more sprints to come on Brittany's channel on Thursday. And I think the three of us are hoping to be there. We're going to do our best,
yeah,
even if it's going to be for part of it. So if you don't want to start today and you're like, but I do want to start soon because you don't want to like fall behind,
yeah.
you can always start Thursday too. So yeah. We are jealous of each other for different reasons. It's like we just need to be the same person, and then we'd have everything. Wouldn't that be nice? It's my second book. I think it was Beach Read. Oh yeah, I have the Portuguese edition. Man,
Yeah, yeah.
don't worry, Beatrice. Claire and I remember. We remembered it was Beach Read. I'm very proud of us. I also need to edit my update video for my channel and post it. Honestly, maybe everyone, we need to do an editing sprint for the first one, get it done, feel already productive on this Sunday, and then we can move forward. Also, we should promote Leandra and Claire here, but I want to say that the video announcements for the surprise me, Laura, and Donna talked about on Thursday are already up.
I've
So
seen them and I'm very obviously I won't spoil, but I'm very excited. Very excited.
woohoo! I need to go watch those. I'm really excited about it too, but I'm gonna have to support and go watch your announcements. But thank you, Beatrice. Feel free to always self promote. Like, don't ever feel as though you need to like spread the love in that way. Like, promote
Yeah.
yourself. You deserve it. Oh yes, the watercolor horse cover were a special edition.
Yes. So I think that's
Mhm.
probably why they're going out of print. So I wanted to try like get them as soon as possible because they are really pretty. So
Oh, for sure. And before they get too expensive for your budget,
yes,
because
exactly.
sometimes
So
it's crazy. Yeah, as soon as as a publisher picks them up, they stop selling the indie
yeah,
versions.
yeah.
Okay, thank you,
I
right? Because I
think
was like,
that's
there's
what happened
something.
with Flawless. I think this has a completely different cover. I think it was the one with the window, like or the mirror covers.
The
Yes,
mirror
and
covers.
then yeah, and then it got changed to these covers for the UK. So when
Oh,
else got picked up by a publisher.
so is the mirror cover? It was like the UK
It was.
indie
That
edition.
was an
Okay.
indie version that we had in UK, and then when else ever got picked up by a publisher, it got changed to this.
Yeah,
So
that's so interesting because obviously I would say like in the US and in Canada, it was the people on the cover was the indie cover, and then it
yes, yeah.
switched to the like kind of boring, weird one that's American that we talked about last time, which
Yeah,
kind of looks like this one, but
but
it
the
looks like
text
it's
is
a
different.
jankier
I
version.
didn't get that. It's the same cover but
Yeah.
different text.
like I feel like they saw the like UK version. They're like, let's do that, but worse. And it's like, what are
Yeah.
you doing? Like this one's so much nicer. Like if I
Yeah.
had to choose like between those two, this one's better. But
Yeah. Yeah.
so silly. Yeah, like I was like, I could make that cover, the American one, on Word, and like that's not
Yeah.
good. That's not a
Yeah.
compliment. Hello, Katie. Not reading Flawless with you all, but I hope you love the series. I can't wait for you to read Heartless. I'm working on uploading a video and reading Binding 13. So many people, and I think that's because you're doing it's is it your Patreon? Katie, let us know. You can self-promote. I think Binding
It's so
13
good.
is
It's such a good book. Really, honestly, I hope you love
Mhm.
it. But tissues are needed for that book.
I've been told that it's like it's a series. It's quite a series that you need to be emotionally
Yes.
prepared for. It's a lot.
Yeah.
But sounds good. Also working on video uploading. I love it. We're doing such a good job this Sunday. Yes, it's what Claire said. I
Go
entering
for
my dark
Guild.
romance
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
Guild. Ooh, maybe you might be. I wonder if the ones that are changing covers are the ones that went viral on TikTok. That might make sense if they sold more than they expected. You know what? Yeah. So I think it's a combination. One, typically if they're an indie author, then they get picked up by a mainstream or larger kind of traditional publisher. Two, yeah, if it's a smaller publisher and they're like, we only are running this for so long.
Yeah.
I've worked for a smaller publisher before, and we really have only had like, this is how many like editions that we're taking, then it'll be out of print and we won't be remaking them because that's how the contract is. So
Mhm.
like there are many reasons, it's true. Or if they're making small print, yeah, to save trees. I support
Yeah.
that. Save the trees. My video for Guy Clear is up. I saw Beatrice. It's on my watch later. I'm very excited.
Yeah.
I hope that you were able to yeah, I can't wait to hear your thoughts about it, and I know we've talked about it anyway. Hello, Jess. How are you today? What are you up to? But if they're changing covers just to sell more books in a series so people can have a matching set, that's dirty. That's when, and I don't want to mention this author in any malicious way because I've never read anything by them, but I remember, and it's probably more of a publisher choice. So that's the other thing. I'm not bringing up the author because let's be honest, especially if they work for traditional publishing, if that's what their books are for, do they have much say? Probably not. So
Yeah.
I know with the Sarah J. Maas, like the Akatar, when they switched those, people
Mhm.
were in uproar, and that was
I
the
hate
publisher.
the new well, the UK covers are ugly. They're
Oh
awful.
no!
They're
So that's
so
another
bad.
transgression.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like I remember people were complaining with like one of the last books, I think in the Aquatar series or one of the later ones. That was when they switched to the kind of like almost neon bright colors, and then people were like, they're like, I will never be able to complete the series with the
Yeah,
one covers.
exactly. Yeah.
That's when they've done, yeah, that's dirty.
Yeah.
And bad for the environment,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Because then people are like, well,
That's
what's the
true.
point of me having these other books? They just throw them away, and yeah. I'm reading, Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairy. Sounds great, Joni. Also, welcome, Joni. It's very nice to meet you. It's such a cozy, lovely, safe read. Hoping to finish it up this morning. Sounds great. I read both that and the second book, Map of the Otherlands. And I'll let you know, Joni, Map of the Otherlands, I think I liked better even. So, things to get excited for.
I didn't get on with Emily Wilde. It was the writing style for me.
This is good to
It was
know.
the vibes. I loved the vibes of it, but it was the writing that I just didn't gel with, and I only gave it
Mhm.
3 stars.
Yeah,
So,
no, that tracks. And I know that there's a few people who are in the comments who also just didn't vibe with it, maybe because they don't like
yeah.
cozy, or what I found interesting is the reason why I was able to appreciate the tone and the meandering of like the recording style is I was
Mhm.
telling someone about this. It reminds me of detective fiction. Like so like Golden Age,
Right,
like
yeah.
Agatha Christie, John Dixon Carr, them, like Dorothy L. Sayers, because usually the main character, the POV, is someone who's recording events. Like they're tracking, kind
Yeah.
of like a Sherlock Holmes Watson. Watson's recording the events going on, and so
Yeah.
it, like, I actually could feel it. Like I was like that's not what the style is. That's not what the obviously the genre is. But I think that's why I was able to vibe with it.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. It is, yeah. That's definitely like a book that isn't for everyone. That isn't, like it's
Yeah.
popular, but it's not for everyone. I
'Cause
agree.
I thought I was gonna love it, but it was just the writing style that I didn't gel with, but I loved the vibes of it and the idea of
Mhm,
it. I thought that
mhm.
that was great, and the atmosphere, but it was just the writing that really brought
Yeah.
my rating down, which was such a shame. Because it's such a
Especially because there's
beautiful
so
cover.
much hype. There was so much
Yeah.
hype and so much excitement with that one. So I totally understand.
Yeah.
I think I was summoned. Hi, friends. Hello, Brittany. Currently making a thumbnail for sprints on Thursday. Ah, we love it. Getting prepared. Yes, exactly.
I'll just keep doing this like every single time someone mentions flawless.
Like woohoo! I know I tried to like do like a pinkish background to
Yes.
match, so going with the vibes. Oh, they are scheduled, not up. Oh, okay, my fault. No, 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 no
Yeah,
worries. Okay, scheduled.
that's fine.
Sounds
Yeah.
good. Also, I'm so happy that you are sprinting today. I don't want to be alone, and I'm home alone. Well, we'll be your
Oh,
company.
it will
We'll
be
be
company for you, Beatrice.
Yes, we're just hanging out with you at your house and with your dog. Hopefully, your dog's with you. Say hi to Klaus if he is. Hello, I can't stay because an old friend is in town and brunch. Ooh, that sounds like a lovely reason not to be here. But I wanted to say hello and boop the like. Thanks so much, Rip Krubin. I hope you enjoy brunch. Yes, ooh, eat enough for all of us, please. Yes, my Patreon and I are doing a series read along for Binding 13. Sounds great. Yes, I've been seeing a lot of people in the comments lately reading it, and I'm like, you're probably a part of Katie's Patreon. That's what I think is happening
Yeah.
here. Sorry to jump in too, but I also have a surprise video premiering on Thursday, 6 p.m. GMT. If anyone is available and feels like keeping me company, I'd love to have people to chat to. Oh, so it's premiering. Yes. Oh my gosh, everyone go to her, go to the Book Hermit, go to Laura, go to their channel, and make sure to hit notify me then too, so you know when the premiere is starting, so it'll immediately send you there. Yes, good shout. Hello, Hillary. I'll be listening to The Berry Pickers by Amanda Peters today and knitting. Oh, that sounds
That
lovely.
sounds really nice.
Yes. I'll put it on my TBR. Yes, this is one is for Emily Wilde.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the journal kind of writing. Yeah, and that's hit or miss. And usually, I don't really like epistolary kind of sorts of books. That's more diary entry. I feel like diary vibes is different from journal vibes. I like
Yeah.
journal.
Yeah.
I don't like diary. So I think that's why this worked for me
I
because it
think
was a bit.
I'm the opposite then. I think it was the journal
Mm,
stuff that I didn't like, but diaries, I don't mind that. I think I'm the
yeah.
opposite.
That's and honestly, I think it's really important to know if you're a diary person or a journal person as far as
Yeah,
because like
yeah,
it is different tone, like the emotion or the way the person is speaking. Yeah, I've realized that very early on. I'm like, I like this for a certain reason. Why is that? And it's because it's journal, which
yeah,
doesn't vibe with everyone, so it makes sense.
yeah,
I love reading books that are letters back and forth. See, but that's the thing. Joni likes them all. Joni's a diary and journal person. So you know what? We have them all here. Journal, diary. It all
yeah.
works. That is too funny. Yes, Klaus is here, sleeping on my bed. Aw,
Oh,
as he should. I hope he didn't mess up your bed. He does tend to do that too. Good morning, Mia. Just woke up and got some coffee. I've got coffee in the wings as well. Today I will be reading The Husband, and Ruthless Vows.
I
Gonna
still
be
need to read
lovely.
that. I still need to read Ruthless Vows.
I was gonna say because you know what's so funny, Mia, is you. I think you might have been here last week, or maybe you weren't, because I think that because we were on Claire's channel. But Claire, you were reading another book. Or was it on Tuesday? Was it on Tuesday that you were reading another book by Rebecca Yarros?
Oh, it was A
A
River
tangent.
Enchanted.
That's very funny. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, seems to be a theme we're having here.
yeah.
Just wanted to be a part. I have abandoned my TBR and feel horrible. No,
No,
Nikki.
it's just
That's okay.
sometimes you need to just ditch the TBR and mood read. Because sometimes, like,
Exactly.
I get that feeling sometimes. Because I always set myself a TBR, and then halfway through the month, I just get bored, and then I'm just like, "Do you know what? I want to read what I want, basically.
Yeah.
So,
And it's like that's another healthy way to reset. If you're like, okay, the TBR is feeling stale,
yeah,
it's fine. I'm going to take a month and not follow it, and then the next month get a new TBR, feel a bit
yeah,
better about it. So that's a good point.
yeah,
Oh yes, premiering. That is what the video announcement is on my woohoo. Yes, I can't wait. Click notify for all of them. I think I would prefer diary style. Maybe yeah, that makes
yeah,
sense. And I think
yeah.
and Beatrice also struggled with Emily Wilde until she got the audiobook, and then she loved the audio. So it makes sense. Hello, Cherie. Rereading This Could Be Us by Kennedy Ryan since I've been in a reading slump. Yes, rereading, another great way to get out of a slump. I love it. Enjoy. Good morning to Maria. Happy Sunday, everyone. I'm starting The Pumpkin Spice Cafe by Lori Gilmore. Ooh, I love
I've
it.
heard of that one. Yeah, I've heard of that
Yeah,
one.
yeah, I've heard of it too. And also, I'm all supporting the idea of autumn vibes all the time. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter what time of year it is. Like, you know what? We want to be in autumn, so there it goes. Yes, I like all the styles. Yes, Joni, you can represent all of us. There we go. I grew up reading fantasy as a teen in the 90s, and they had a slower writing style. So I think I was used to that slower story build with Emily Rout. That also could make sense. It's the kind of trends of like ebbing and flowing, and I think that's also why some books that, are, I guess, earlier maybe were published 10, 15 years ago suddenly have a resurgence because we've
Yeah,
entered a certain era of like liking that writing style, because I have noticed that too. I
yeah.
want to feel part oh I have but oh okay but all abandoned my TBR this month. I was too ambitious. Okay, that's what you were feeling.
Well
Honestly,
well, Nikki, I'm currently doing 30 books in 30 days, and if I don't manage to do 30 books in 30 days, it's not the end of the world. I just want to challenge myself for April. I think I'm 20 books in just now, and I'm like, if I don't do 30 in 30, it's not the end of the world, So
exactly.
if you just want to just scrap your TBR and just mood read, then that's what you need to do, you know.
Yeah, and it's like it's one of those things that it works for really good reflection. Being like, okay, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? Like what was going on with my TBR? Was I, putting too big books? Was I doing books that were
Yeah,
all too
yeah,
similar so that when I suddenly became in a mood reader state, none of them fit? Like maybe you need more variety. Like it's just a learning experience.
yeah,
I think that's
yeah,
what I figured out with TBRs, because for all for 2023, I think some of you might know this, I ditched TBRs. I just mood read for the entire year, and now that I'm doing TBRs again, I'm like, I have a strategy. Like I know what
yeah,
I need. I
yeah,
need variety. So yeah, like no worries. I know that helps for us to say, oh, it's going to be okay. You're the one who's like,
yeah,
oh my gosh, I'm frustrated. But yeah, we're here for you if you want to keep venting.
yeah.
He did not. Only the comforter that I have on the end of my bed. Oh, Klaus. Good morning to you too, Jamie. Welcome. I've changed calling my TBR to a pile of possibilities. A lot of people have done
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
because I don't feel bad if my mood reading takes me a different direction. Honestly, that's a good trend. I've seen a lot of people say pile of possibilities, and I do like that. I feel like that's a bit less pressure. Thank you for thinking I was a teen 10 minutes now. To Neil, I was just, oh my gosh, it's more like 30. I was just saying in general, we see the trends changing. Oh my gosh. But yeah, you're a spring chicken. We all are. April has been the month that I have read the most in
Yeah, yeah.
2024. Amazing. And I have quite enjoyed all the books.
Like,
Also
that's good as well
amazing.
when you really, really enjoy everything you've read. I mean, with
Mhm,
me doing 30 and 30, some of the books have been really high 4 and 5s, but some of them have been like 3s and 2s, so it's been such a
mhm.
mix, you know?
Yeah. I think that's what I found too, is actually there becomes a point. It'd be interesting. I think it's almost like a parabola where it goes up and down, where, especially with BookTube, it leads you to read more books. And a lot of times it's like means like, oh, I'm reading so many great books, I'm getting more. But then there's like a kind of peak where now I'm reading quite a few books and I haven't been DNFing as much as I used to. And so I am
Yeah,
getting some bad books. Like this month, I've had so many highs, but I've also had quite a few lows. And I'm like,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
very weird, and that's okay, because the good book is always around the corner.
yeah.
I needed to hear that. I just feel bad about my journal. Oh, I know it looks unfinished.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just one of these things that'll pass, Nikki.
Yeah, for sure. And you could always like maybe like create a separate journal entry depending on how you've designed it to reflect upon that. Be like, hey,
Yeah,
this month was rough for various reasons, and turning it more into a bit of a diary entry to like reflect upon that and maybe make goals for how you're going to change that in May, maybe something to that.
yeah,
So you can kind of look back, and then when you're like, oh, what happened this month? You've got a proof, being like, yeah, this is something I was thinking about. That could be kind of an interesting way to look back on it later on.
yeah.
Hello, Coda. How are you? I promise we're also going to be sprinting soon. This is the last
Yes.
comment I'm going to read. We're having a great time.
Yeah.
Also, my bookstore is doing a promotion where they give back 100% of the price of the books in the bookstore card. What? So if you buy a book, you get like a gift card for that amount. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh right, then I'm going to star the last comment there, and we're gonna read, okay, or be productive, or do editing. It's gonna be fine. Let's make us tiny. We're going to do hours, by the way. Surprise. I didn't tell anyone this until now. And yeah, we'll see everyone. If people want, we can always do less or more just because this is a chill Sunday. So let us know in the comments if you have your heart set on a certain sprint time. But for now, we will see everyone in an hour. everyone. Welcome back. Let us know how you did. If you're new, let us know that you're here. Also, just do a bit of a self care check in. Where's your water? Do you need more tea or coffee or something to that effect? A snack? Are you cooking dinner or lunch? Make sure it's not burning. Do all the things to check in on yourself. I ended up getting a couple more chapters into Flawless. I'm only on chapter 73, so I didn't get very far, but that's because I got distracted. I went and said hello on Brooklyn Sprints, and then I did a recording because I'm like, you know what? Okay, fine. I'm gonna vlog. I'm gonna vlog this. So
Yeah.
I'm in between deciding if I should vlog one book per month, because that's what we're doing, or if I'm just like
Yeah.
holding it all so that in 5 months I'm suddenly like I read all 5 books, because that feels like the longest project I've ever done in my life. Then,
Yeah.
so
I mean, personally, I think you probably would be better to do one vlog per book, I think, rather than just combining it, because then you're
yeah.
waiting, because it's like you're always going to have to like update for that vlog. So if you just do it one per month, then
Mm-hmm.
maybe that would maybe work out a bit better for you.
Yeah, and then, like, I suppose I could always, like, create, like, a playlist on my
Yeah.
thing if
Yeah.
people wanna see the entire thing, because, yeah, I was, like, trying to think about it, I'm like, this is gonna be tough for me to, like, keep track of all of the video clips and everything,
Yeah,
so
exactly, as well. So
yeah. Hmm. Okay, so thoughts so far, even though we already decided I'm vlogging this. One, we've met so many men, and I'm sure it's because there's the brothers, there's the dad, there's
hmm
like I think other, like, for instance, I met Jasper, and he
yeah.
must be is he one of the love interests in another book because he's a hockey player?
Jasper is powerless, so book 3 is Jasper's book.
That's what I thought, because I was like,
Yeah.
okay, so we've met the hockey player. So I'm like, honestly, if I was just thinking, I'm like, is this a why choose? And it's like, no, it's just that we're meeting everyone so
Yeah.
that we know, we get to know them. And honestly, I don't mind that. It's now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably smart to introduce them so early so that as the book goes on, we're getting little snippets of them, and then we
Yeah.
feel like we know them a bit better. Because usually in romances, it's like the last couple chapters, we get an inkling of who the next couple is, and
Yeah.
you don't get to see them too much. So I'm not mad at that. Kip still sucks. I still don't like him. Every time he talks, I'm like, go away. Like, get a hobby.
Yeah.
But anyways, how did you do? How did it go with your book?
I got to page 42 in Mina and the Slayers, and I'm loving this. It's so good. I just love Amy's writing. It's so fast paced, and I just love the movie kind of 90s vibes as well. So it's a lot of fun. So
I 100% have to check that out, because right now I'm
it's so good.
also.
Seriously, it's really good.
Yeah, well, because I just got my pre-order in for, it's called Against the Darkness. It's the third book in the In Every Generation YA paranormal series, and it's a Buffy 2.0. Like, it's set in modern
Mhm.
times, but it has like Buffy characters.
Yeah,
I was like the parents, and so I'm feeling that. I like the
yeah,
idea of 90s kind of vibes and it being kind of spooky. Also, the cover matches our entire theme of just like pink variations, which I
yeah. I mean,
kind of like.
it's more purple, but
Purplish pink. We'll take it.
yeah,
You know what? We'll
yeah.
take it. Cool. Well, let me see. Where were we? A few people joined and were saying hello, including Donna, who confirmed that she is Canadian. Because I was like, I feel like I'm getting Canadian vibes from you. And yes, there's also confirmation that you do not say A all the time. Also, once in a while, people like certain accents. Like, I will say that Brittany, I think her accent comes out a little bit more. Donna, I don't
Yeah.
notice it for you, but sometimes the O's, she'll say like,
Mhm.
not so, I can't do it because I'll be too dramatic about it, but you can kind of hear it. I'm like, my intention is not to insult her. Sorry, it was putting grocery. Oh, you were putting groceries away when I went live. No worries. We were chatting. You literally, honestly, it was probably the right time to do it so that you could actually get some productivity done afterwards. Also, Christina joined us. Hello, Christina. Grabbing some coffee. Of course, we support it. And hugging the like button. Also, very much appreciated. Also, Brooklyn says, I'm up to chapter 6. So I'm a little bit, I think I'm in chapter 5. Honestly, Brooklyn and I are just matching each other. Like,
Yeah.
we're at the same time. And I'm living for the interactions with all these men. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like she's like in this household and we're just meeting all the boys, and I'm like, she is just surrounded.
Just like there's so many men.
And you know what? She acknowledges it. She's like,
Yeah.
I am in a household that is brimming with testosterone. Yes. Oh my
Yes.
gosh, Brooklyn's other comment. However, that yeah. Yeah, like I'm glad that she's recognizing it. I think that that helps with it not feeling too weird. That even Summer's like, there's a lot of guys here that I'm
Yeah.
having to like deal with as like the only rational woman who's like trying to like wrangle them in.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then Lexi, I'm up to 9% in The Maiden and The Unseen. This is the Persephone Hades retelling.
Yeah.
That's also a Neck Alley arc, I'm pretty sure. Just did a grocery run, have meals planned for the next 2 weeks, but just had to run out and get the produce for this week. Oh, amazing. I love that. And that's a good balance, planning, but then also recognizing that you're going to have to grocery shop to keep it up with fresh produce. Finished Emily Wilde's encyclopedia. I really loved it overall. Yay! Good job, Joni. Congratulations. You're the first person to have finished a book on these sprints. And, you know, you'll have to maybe put a hold on Emily and Wilde's Map of the Otherlands if you want to jump right back into that. I'm interested to hear your thoughts about Poe. Did you enjoy Poe? And also, if you did, there are more secondary characters kind of like him in the next book. So, yes, coffee indeed. I was enjoying some more coffee myself too. Listened to some of How to Keep House While Drowning and prepared a very late breakfast. Daniel, you're going to have to remind me. I'm pretty sure you said this was like nonfiction. And it's about kind of like organization and just like keeping like the mental capacity to be able to like organize your life. And you have to remind me a bit more though, because I can't remember if it also might be involving with like ADHD or, you know, that type of thing. I feel like I might be assuming too much, but I feel like it sounded like it was a helpful book. I picked up lunch for the little bro and while leaving the store. Nice. Perfect. I'm going to do more productivity next sprint. What is flawless, by the way? Oh my gosh. Well, Claire, how about you? Please let us know.
Elsie Silver. Flawless by Elsie Silver.
Yes, it's a cowboy romance,
Ranch
ranch
of
romance.
vibe.
Yeah, like arguably sports romance too, because he's a
Yeah.
bull rider. I was almost gonna say bullfighter. He's a bull rider. No, there are no fighting of bulls. And it's set in
Beautiful.
Canada. And there's like forced proximity. I was trying to figure that out. Like forced proximity, it's not, I wouldn't say it's hate to love. It's just frustration to love. Like neither
Yeah.
of them are happy because she basically has to babysit him as an intern for the entertainment industry, like for the
Yes.
entertainment agency that she works for. She's been assigned him to like basically make sure he doesn't lose all the sponsors that he's already lost for certain reasons.
Yes.
So yeah, it's the first in a series there's 5 books, and
Yep.
we'll be reading a book every single month. The first book is Flawless, and then the second one is Heartless.
Yep. Book 2's Heartless, which is
Mhm.
a single dad nanny romance. So if that's something that would interest you, that's book 2. And then book 3, which is Powerless, is a friends to lovers romance, and that follows Jasper in that one. And then Reckless, which is book 4, is a one night stand romance that does have pregnancy in it. It does specify that on the back, so that isn't a
Mhm.
spoiler.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
then Hopeless, which is the final book, is fake dating.
Oh, okay. For
Yeah,
some reason, I was like, "Oh, is there friends to lovers?" No, you're right. It's fake dating. I'm
yes.
excited about that one. I am a sucker for fake dating. I don't know why. I think that that's really
I will
cute.
say, because I have read Hopeless, that one is my least favorite. I won't say why, but that
Mhm.
one is my least favorite. But my opinion might change on a reread, to be
Yeah,
honest.
that's true. Especially once you've like been able to, you'll be reading them all kind of like all in
I'll
succession
read them
again.
all.
And
So yeah,
mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, but I have heard that about Hopeless. And Joni,
yeah,
I think that people's favorites either are usually Heartless or Reckless for
yes,
majority. There are different opinions, you know, across. Like that's not what everyone thinks, but I've heard the most people say that one of those are their favorites.
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, if you want to join us, I'm pretty sure someone said that the titles are on KU. I think the
Uh,
audio
I
are
think
the
so.
okay. I think the audio is you can get them through Audible. No one's really said you can get them anywhere else, which is kind of unfortunate. Um, yeah, so I like at least for ebook or audiobook, those are the options if you didn't want to buy it. You could always check with your library to see if they have it, but I am based in the US and I found it very difficult to find like a library copy of these
Yeah.
books.
Yeah, so the whole series for Chestnut Springs is on Kindle Unlimited. Well, in the UK anyway. I don't know if it's the same for
That's true.
US, but
Yeah.
in the UK it's on Kindle Unlimited.
I'm sure someone in the comments can confirm if it's in the
Yeah.
US as well. Because I don't have KU myself, but I know that
Yeah.
can be a good resource if you have it.
Yeah.
Chapter 70. Did I say chapter 75? Page 75.
75 chapters in here.
You're like, yeah, like literally it's like a chapter a page. No, yes. It's just page 75. Oh my gosh. Donna's probably like, am I going crazy? Like, what is happening?
Oh dear.
Yes, apologies. Good morning to Lexi. Also, Julie hit 28%. Now I'm just like, I can't read numbers. You guys are all going to watch me unravel. I understand the feelings about Kip. Yeah, like he's the worst. I also just think he's not very professional because I read a chapter. We're on in Rhett's perspective now, and there is an exchange between, or was it Rhett? Yeah, I think we just switched to Rhett's perspective, and he's talking with Kip in like the little text. It's the text messages. That's the only thing, because we're not seeing Kip because they're off on the ranch now. Kip's back in the city, but Kip keeps texting them, and he's really unprofessional, and he's really ticking me off.
Yeah.
But I will say that that's the only like criticism, like true criticism that I have for the book. I'm intrigued by Summer and Rhett. I like their dynamic. I like Summer. I'm still getting to know Rhett. I like Summer a lot. So yeah. Interesting things. Donna. But I like it otherwise. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I agree with you, Julie. Hello, everyone. Hello, Alicia. Just hopping in to say hi and boop the like button. I'll be resting for most of the day today with a cold and sinus infection. Leave you up for watch hours. Oh, thank you, Alicia. We appreciate that, but also definitely you're doing the right thing. Prioritize your own health, fluids, and we'll try to be relaxing, and feel free to like lower the volume as well or mute us because like I understand. I think I'm going to vlog one per month and do a playlist too. I thought about all together, but thought that video may go. Yeah, honestly, I was also worried
That's the
that
thing
the
as
video would
well.
go
It could be a really long video if you put them all together. So having them separate where you can just have your thoughts for each book, I think that would probably be a better idea.
Yeah, and then it allows for a few more updates, because I feel like if you're putting in 5 books, you're probably like, maybe I'll do like one update each before I finish. And then you got to be quick about it. And like my update for like the first 50 pages was already like 6 minutes. And I'm like, okay, we're already getting into this.
Just having separate ones, I think, would work.
For sure. Yeah, Brooklyn. You should do that too. I would love to see Brooklyn's thoughts about it, especially like from the Australian perspective, like how you're feeling about this. I just think it'd be fun. I read the first 2 chapters of The Berry Pickers. I thought it was a mystery, but it's definitely just historical fiction. I'm really liking it. Well, I'm glad you're still liking it, because sometimes that can be startling when you're thinking it's going to be one genre or like a certain element, and you're like, oh, it's not this. I think depending on the genre, people get more upset by it. I think people get more upset when it's highlighted as a thriller and it's not a thriller. I've seen a lot of people. So marketing needs to get better about that one, because that, I think you go into with certain expectations if it's described as a thriller. No reading in that sprint, but I got the house just about ready for knit and crochet group. Sounds great, Jamie. And the kitten is getting supervised. Oh, recess in my room. Well, I'm glad that the kitty is able to get it supervised or not. And it should be entertaining for you too. I made breakfast, peanut butter with strawberries and syrup in on a rice cake.
Oh, that sounds good.
Especially like fresh strawberries. We're leaning into spring and summer. I'm all for it. Listening to Poisoned by Jennifer Donnelly, and we'll read a bit of Flawless later. Sounds good, Donna. I've been watching all the Can We Trust videos. I'm currently on Brooklyn's. Yes. So people who are wondering what that is, there is a playlist. And we all asked ourselves, can we trust Crystal from Bond Book Reviews? And she recommended a bunch of books for all of us. And there were highs, there were lows. I had a really good time recording it. Like I actually had a really good time editing. Like I'm pretty proud of myself for how I was editing, especially when I was talking about Hate by Tate James, for the people who love romance. I don't know. I thought I was funny. Maybe I'm not funny, but I had a good time. So yes, Coda, enjoy. I got to chapter 31. I have about 55 pages left. Okay, so confirmation. There are not 75 chapters because she's almost done and she's at 31. So, oh my gosh, you're so close. Yeah, you're going to be finishing it today. got my planning done as far as I can for today and got a chapter read. Sounds great, Laura. Should
Mhm.
finish Death and the Conjurer in the next sprint. Yes. I can't wait to talk to you about it, especially because I don't know if you've gone to that part, but there's a really fun thing at the end that is very golden age detective fiction that we never see mystery writers do anymore. And it's basically, it's not a spoiler. Basically, the like author breaks the fourth wall and says,
Mhm.
you know, the narrative pauses and he basically says, okay, I've provided you all the clues. I've provided everything. If you wanted to make a guess for the solution, now is the time because moving forward, you're going to start seeing the reveal. And that's a very golden age feel. Like back in like the 20th century, a lot of mystery writers would do that, like telling you, okay, I'm challenging you. Find a solution now because moving forward, you won't have time to do it. I really love it. I am just talking with my friend about our games. Woohoo! Sounds good. I think we say a more here. It is a Youper. Ooh, Upper Peninsula thing. I did not know what a Youper is. That's a new term for me. And yes, yay for Joni. Woohoo! And now you can move on to productivity, feeling good about yourself doing that too. I have the second Emily Wilde from the library. Have to start it soon. Yes. And I was about maybe 2/3 of the way through the book when my audio came in, and the audio is quite good. Like, I will say that they do a great job with the audio as well. But I soon have to plan my videos for next month, and I have no idea what I want to do. Listen, you and
Mm.
me both. Like it is
Yeah.
tough. And I've tried to be the planner and there are with vlogging I'm planning, but with sit down videos, it's more just the week it comes out is the week I taped it and did everything. And yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, it's nonfiction. That's what I thought. It's about how to accomplish tasks while ill, dealing with stress, dealing with neurodivergent struggles. Okay, that's where I was coming with that. But also how to not beat yourself up and get in your own way. Yeah, I really enjoy that. Takes on the 1950s Stepford wife unrealistic expectations around self-care, cleaning, care tasks. Oh, that sounds great. I need to read In Farm's Way. Ooh, that's definitely a cozy mystery by Amanda Flower. Since we have, or at least I think it's Amanda Flower. There's another author whose last name is Flowers, I think, unless she does thrillers too. Since
That's a
we have
cool surname, Amanda Flower, actually.
yeah, like it's kind of fun. And I like, and also like Farm's Way, a farm, flowers,
Yeah.
gardening. There's a theme there. It makes my life much easier to plan my meals weeks ahead, and grocery shopping each week goes much quicker when I have to make a quick stop in the produce section. Oh, 100%. Haven't been feeling well all week. Hi, Brandy, by the way. So I am so happy to have these friends to keep me awake and on task. Reading Otter and Loathe. Oh, Otter and Loath to Love You. Novellas by Allie Hazelwood. And doing laundry. What?
Yeah, so I think Ali Hazelwood, she's got a short story, like
Mhm.
novella, like book that she's come out with, and I think it's like 3 novellas. I think I haven't read them just because my relationship with Ali Hazelwood is just no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
your
think I
your
mentioned that
relationship
on
with
Spence
Ellie
last week,
Hazelwood
if
is my
anybody doesn't know.
relationship with Emily
Yeah.
Henry.
I
Yeah.
I DNF'd Bride, if anybody doesn't know, and I
Mhm.
was just, like, so shocked. I hated that book.
Yeah, and I think that
Yeah.
that's the tricks of the trade with romance readers. We just some authors we click with, others we do not. And that's
Yeah.
okay. That
Yeah.
doesn't. I think like people who are new to romance as well. Not that I think there's anyone new in the comments to it, but like that also goes to show you that a lot of times it is dependent on the author. Like if you're trying romance and you're like, I'm not really into it. You might need to just try a new author with a completely different style. Because that's I
Yeah.
used to think I wasn't a romance reader, and I'm still not like a huge romance reader, but I've learned that there are some I adore and some I don't, and that's okay. Like you're
Yeah.
not meant to love everything. But also, Brandy, I'm sorry that you haven't been feeling well. So glad that we can keep you company, but also don't beat yourself up too much. I may need to pick these books up when I do a book haul next month. Lexi, you might. I'm reading it on KU. Yes, okay. And then
Yeah,
Julie's
for
also in the US. So,
flawless. Every
yes,
time I'm
flawless.
just gonna be like, "Flawless."
I love it. I almost had to get my book out and be like 75 chapters. Like, what is going on? It's like, yeah, you didn't realize this is a tome. It's like 600 pages.
Yeah.
I love the banter with everyone in the book. Finally finished editing the video. Now I just need to create the thumbnail whilst it saves and uploads to YouTube. That's when I do my thumbnails too, because you gotta like wait for it to all upload and YouTube being like, okay, we're good. Now we're, done processing. Made it to chapter 13 while walking 3 miles on the treadmill. Oh my gosh, congratulations. Off to make breakfast and shower now so we can head out for the day. Thank you for the sprints. Have a wonderful day, everyone. You too, Maria. And also, like, oh my gosh, good job. You've already done so much more than anyone else has. And you can just be like enjoying your day because you already got so much done. Leandra, you were very funny in that vlog. Can you confirm? Oh, thank you, Julie. Because I was like, you know what? At least I'm finding myself hilarious and having a really good time with it. But also, Hate was just a bonkers book. I feel like anyone who vlogs that book, you have to. You literally, it is craziness.
Okay.
I think I know who the culprit is, but not how. You should like write it down and then you can like confirm and be like, okay, open the letter. I have so many video ideas, but never know when I should start them. Honestly,
Yeah, same.
especially because there was a time when I think about a week or two ago, I realized that all of my ideas were vlogs, meaning that I had to read all of these books. And I'm like, I can't do all this. And now I'm officially flush with like sit down video ideas, which is really nice. But oh my gosh, I was like, this isn't the way to go. A Yooper is someone that lives or is from the Upper Peninsula. In Michigan, we have two big peninsulas connected by a big bridge. So we have Yoopers and trolls. I love that. I would love to be a troll. That is so fun. All the chatty bits are synced up. Oh my gosh, I know. Because you know what? When we first started, I went off on Brooklyn because she just went into a talk, and then she talked for about 10 minutes, and then went for an hour. And I'm like, we are going to be talking at the same time. That means, which is fine. The Amanda Flower book is the third in the Farm to Plate series that is set in Michigan. Christina, you're reading about your own life. I'm off to lunch with friends. I'll catch you all later. Sounds good, Julie. Enjoy your day. It is an experience, Coda. Are you keeping them straight? Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Are you keeping them straight? Enjoy, Julie. Yes. Oops, well matched. Oh, I think I might have missed your comment, Jennifer. You're reading Well Matched? That sounds nice. That sounds like a fun romance as well. Jaleesa is on her chatty bit too. Oh, like Christina, if you want, please feel free to include the link as well, because I don't think I know her. I love that I'm a troll, but love the up. Yes, like I love that. Like that like honestly, what we usually think of as trolls, especially on the internet, this sounds like the most wholesome, positive way to be a troll. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yes, this is the type of trolls I can support. Yeah, so far so good, Christina. Woohoo, sounds good. And I'm gonna star that comment so that we know if more come in, we can keep going. But we've caught up actually. This was a bit shorter of a chatty bit, which is really nice. And let me see here. I'm gonna make us tiny. Oh, yes, I said well met. I meant matched. Third in the series. Ah, okay. And then also Christina has provided the link, Reading Beyond the Book Cover. Ooh, I like that name. Yeah, I'm going to have to see who that is because I don't know who that booktuber is, but they sound great. And then I am a troll too. I love that. Wear that with pride. Okay, so making us tiny, I'm going to reset the timer and we will see everybody in an hour. everyone. Welcome back. I hope that was a good hour. Unfortunately, Claire did have to leave us because she's in Scotland and it's about dinner time. So she headed off, but she didn't leave without reminding us that the live show for Flawless, for those of you who are reading it or those of you who have no intention of reading it, but you want all of the details and all of our thoughts, well, the live show is on the 4th of May. So it should be a really good time. I ended up being a bit distracted. Many of you know I live like in an apartment building, and there seems to have been some things going on downstairs. And unfortunately, I had to be kind of a part of it in a way. I had to let my landlord know what was going on because it was quite concerning, and I'll leave it at that. But I ended up getting to page 97. So I'm almost at the 100-page mark. And I feel as though our couple is coming to a bit of an understanding, although both of them are also beginning to realize how attracted they are to each other, which will cause some complications as we expect. Yeah, I'm we're going to see how things continue. There are some things that seem like very blunt, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I was like, the way they talk to each other. But it might just be like, the area, the culture in which these people have grown up with, and that's why they talk to each other this way. But I was like, you're all speaking with a lot of sexual innuendos for a professional relationship. And that includes Kip. Again, Kip sucks. I don't understand his deal. He weirds me out. But anyways, I think let me see here. I might be repeating some comments, but yeah, so Jennifer confirmed well met. LOL, I meant matched, third in the series. And then I did go over and say hello to Jaleesa quickly, just to kind of introduce myself before I return to my own like reading and sprints. Then James joined us. Hello, walking home from work for some exercise. Should be home by the time the timer goes off, maybe a little bit after. Well, James, if you're here, welcome. If you're not, we will see you soon. Also, congratulations on being able to walk home from work. You've got a free day. That sounds great. A lot of us greeted James as well. I definitely think I've acclimated to the Scottish weather. It's 9 degrees and I'm walking in a t-shirt. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let me see here. Mental math, 9 degrees. I know that 22 degrees is 70 degrees in Fahrenheit. So 9 degrees is, what is that? Is that like in high 40s? I don't know how that works. Low 50s? I'm trying to think proportionality. Yeah, that sounds great. I've realized that nowadays, when it's like 50-degree weather here in the US, it's felt a bit cool, but perfect weather because it's gotten all the way up to like 70s, which is like mid 20s for those in Celsius. And that's feels too warm for me still. I'm used to the winter weather. I'm catching up on what I missed during my last chatty bit. I was annoyed that I had to leave your sprints and go back to my. I know. It's so frustrating. It's one of the. I wish that we had the perfect balance of Brooklyn being on a sprint while I'm talking, and then I'm on a sprint while she's talking, so we can check in. Especially because she's also reading Flawless, so I'm really looking forward to like hearing her thoughts, and we can kind of compare. Because I would be very surprised if Brooklyn did not love this book. I can totally see this as a Brooklyn book or like a Brooklyn series. Hello, Millie. Missed that chatty bit again. So using the sprints to catch up. Honestly, no worries. We did a lot of like talking around various subjects that I don't think there was anything too new, but also welcome. I just joined. Hello, more. I hope Librarython is going well for you. I'm getting coffee, then continuing reading Flawless. Currently at exactly 50%. Ooh, so you're like about here, and I'm a little bit further behind you because I think there's how many pages is on this? My edition has nearly 400 pages actually. So yeah, you're about 100 pages ahead of me if we have the same edition. What are you thinking? Are you enjoying it? What are your thoughts on Rhett? I still really like Summer. Rhett, I'm still feeling out. Like I'm not really seeing him as too unique of a protagonist boy, he's I will say they're really amping up his masculinity. He is like a man's man. He's the manest man we've ever seen apparently, which I'm enjoying, but I'm also kind of getting a kick out of. I'm just like, okay, here we go. Also, we had Rachel join. I hope you're having a splendid day. We are. It's actually beautiful out. I'm probably going to have to take a walking sprint at some point where I would have to put down Flawless, unfortunately, because I don't have the audio. But you know what? I'm close to finishing City of Brass. I only have about an audio an hour left in the audio, so I could finish that on a walk very quickly today. Then we had JL. Hello. Good morning, all. I hope everyone's well today. I'm taking the luxury of easing into my day now that the cat has been fed. Oh, yes. Cat priorities. And now you're like, okay, the queen or king has been sated. Now I can kind of relax and do whatever I want. I'm reading The Secret Garden for the first time. It became an instant comfort read. Ooh, that's really nice. Honestly, we've been talking about periodically about The Secret Garden. I feel like it is a book that a lot of people are either introducing themselves to or rereading for whatever reason. Maybe because it's spring and summer. It kind of makes sense. I finished Flawless. I saw this comment come in, Sarah. Gave it 4 stars. I have to run out for some quick errands, but will pop back in if you're still going when I get back. Honestly, we will see. Also, good luck with your errands. Congratulations on finishing a book for 4 stars. Okay, we're going to see if I also give this a 4-star read, who knows. But yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to go, to be honest, guys. If we're all feeling it and we're having a good time, I'll just keep going. The stretch goal is up until Nicole's sprints begin, but no promises. Hello, Kirsty. Been having a rough health week, but feeling better today and want to get some reading done. Wasn't able to pick up Flawless as I was ill, so we'll be finishing this Poison Heart. Honestly, that probably sounds good, especially after having a rough health week. I'm sorry to hear that you had that, but having being able to finish a book that you've also had to probably neglect a little bit because you weren't feeling well, I think that sounds like the right choice for you. And again, Flawless is a quick read. We also don't have our live show until the first week of May, the first weekend. So you've got time. No worries. Hello, Bethany. Just popping in before some Patreon sprints. Start to say hi. Sounds great. I'm reading Bone Shard War today. Finished Royal Assassin yesterday. My gosh, congratulations. You're doing a great job. Also, have fun with Patreon sprints. I think are they Brittany's? I know that Brittany sometimes does Patreon sprints on Sundays, maybe for the readathon that she's hosting. I'm a bit fuzzy on that, but have fun. Well, no reading was done that time. I finally have a functional computer after a month, but now I have to reinstall everything. Sigh. I know. Honestly, that's probably one of the reasons why I am so hesitant to ever getting any new technology, including like a new phone or a new computer, because I'm just like, I feel as though the process is really intimidating. Even though they are making it easier, it's intimidating to switch everything over and feel like it's in a place that you can access. I got a few things done this sprint, which was nice. I'll be moving on to reading and knitting in the next sprint again. Sounds great, Joni. I'm so glad that you're having such a good time and you're getting things done. I'm having a bit of a sad day, Beatrice. Oh no. Luckily, I have my friend on a Discord call and you all, and it's helping a bit. I'm really sorry that you're having a rough day. We're also here for you, especially if you need a distraction. But unfortunately, sometimes that's what comes, and I think it's good to be honest about that. It's not all sunshines, and we'll get through it though. I got some more reading done and working on my Notion. Plus, got my kids' lunch. Awesome, Donna. Woohoo! I think I'm going to start Flawless the next part. Joni, you'll have people to talk to about it. I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, there's some things that I'm kind of like, oh, this is ridiculous, but it's been a bit of a breath of fresh air. A contemporary romance just feels right. Like it's something that's kind of mindless and you can really enjoy. And again, I am intrigued. I like Rhett and Summer. I think that they work well together. I missed Claire. Chris, I know. She had to go get dinner. But hi. Hello. I'm here now reading Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers. You know who was it, Booked and Busy? I think that she gave it a 5-star read, and that is apparently high praise because she rarely gives books 5 stars. I think it's been over a year since she gave a book 5 stars, and she gave this one 5 stars. So oh my gosh, you're going to have to let me know your thoughts. Hello, Kelsey. Kelsey also just did a really fun, very quick vlog where she went to little free libraries and donated books, perusing to see if she wanted to take any. So if anyone's interested, go check out her channel. Just got back home from the bookstore. Now I'm going to try to finish up In My Mother's Footsteps. Ooh, a memoir. And maybe make some progress on my arc Within Arm's Reach. That sounds great. Also, welcome back from the bookstore. That sounds very fun. Hope everything goes okay with the apartment. Me too. It's one of those things where you kind of just want to be away and not a part of anything that's going on, but you also feel like you need to do your like duty as it sounds ridiculous to be like as a citizen, but as a resident of this community, I feel like I need to help where I can. And so I've been a bit removed. I just contacted the landlords so they know that something's happening. I chatted a bit, okay, a bunch, and drank some coffee, but my phone now is charged so I can read. Yes, Christina, congratulations. And the coffee. We need the coffee. Yes, apartment living is its own kind of iffy. It really is. And I really like where I live. It's just, yeah. There have been multiple issues in my building too. One time I was surprised by police outside, and apparently there was an attempted murder. Oh my gosh. See, I will say for the time being, oh, we don't have those issues. But basically, to be open about it, we have like feral cats or stray cats, I would say, and a lot of people in the building have been feeding them to try to support them and try to gain their trust that we can find a way to bring them to shelters and just make it a better situation for everyone. And we do have one tenant who is against the entire process, and he has like threatened harm on these animals, and it's been really kind of scary and frustrating. And so a lot of us have kind of been open about telling the landlord that, and he's handling it in the best way he can, but it's yeah. So I'm sorry if that is a startling reveal, being a bit transparent, but that's kind of what we're dealing with. My new video just went live. Greta, congratulations. Oh my gosh. You must be so relieved. It's so nice when you're like, okay, everything has done as it should and we're good to go. I'm on chapter 9 and I'm obsessed. What chapter am I on, Brooklyn? You might have passed me. I'm on chapter 9 too. I'm in the middle. They're about to go to the gym. they're at the gym now and they're going to work out together, and I'm really excited about it. Honestly, I think the series is going to be a favorite of mine. Maybe a bit premature of me to say, but I'm so excited. Yeah, the series just seems really versatile. Like there is a trope for everyone, and because there's like other spin-off series, like you really can find some variety. I'm hoping. This is also early days for me too, but we'll see. I had lunch and did some laundry. Awesome, Lexi. Finished Death in the Conjurer, and I did not guess right. Oh no. But you know what? That means that it's a good book. Also, what's really fun is this author tends to provide a clue key in the back, another kind of classic thing that not many mystery writers do anymore, where you can go back and see where every clue was provided and like basically show you how fair play he was. I love that. Also, oh hey Coda, distracted. I love it so far. The banter is my favorite part at this point. The family dynamics are adorable and completely relatable. Yeah, it's a really good like family. Like you can tell that I don't know, that the author took the time to make the family element, like especially brotherliness, really realistic. Leander, which books are you currently buddy reading? So I'm currently buddy reading Flawless by Elsie Silver, a buddy read that's about to happen. So glad you asked, Ro. Is it called The Wickwire Watch by Jacqueline Hagan? That one I'm doing a buddy read with Danny from Danny Dabbles. We will be starting that probably. We're starting it tomorrow, Monday. So I'm really excited about that one, and it's one I've never heard of. Apparently, it's like steampunk fantasy. So we're gonna see how it goes. Yes, I'm entering some weird eras, romance and like fantasy. What's going on? I think those are the only two buddy reads that I'm doing at the moment, unless I've forgotten something. In May, I'm going to be doing a buddy read with book lover Laura. We're going to be reading The Glass Hotel by Emily St. John Mandel. Somehow, Ro, I feel like you knew that I would be doing like a million buddy reads. And I really appreciate you knowing that about me. I made coffee, finished arranging the furniture, and got to 81% in Red Rising. 4 to 4.75 stars so far. That is a great range to be in. Honestly, I'm very excited for you. And 81%, you're close to the end, I think. It's also, I think that's a big book though. So maybe 20% to go isn't a small amount. Hello, Jess. I'm at work now, out on the beverage cart. It's only 45 degrees here, so I'm quite cold, especially if you're just kind of like sitting on a cart. You know, you're not moving around in the weather. It's different when you're like walking or breaking a sweat. 45 is kind of nice, but yeah, if you're just sitting there, it can feel cold. Listening to Thistlefoot still. What are you thinking? I think you were saying it was a bit slow, especially because isn't it a bit? Is it Russian folklore? I think there's also some Jewish influence in that title. I could be completely wrong. I think I'm thinking of the right title though. I also found out that Elsie Silver's new series that starts with Wild Love is about Willa's brothers. And it's funny because now I know who Willa is. Like I've seen her a few times. Oh my gosh. I do think it's so funny. It's a really great way for romance writers to create a series, but like just having like this like brood of children, of siblings, and having them all just like finding love. It's a very fun angle. Now I'm the same way. It's why I demand my technology last 10 years at the time. Exactly, because it's just stress, huge stress. Oh, everyone's showing support to Beatrice in the comments. Yeah, for sure. I hope that you like handle the feelings however you want. If you want to like brood in the sadness to really get through it and that's how you're going to cope, and I encourage you to do that. But we're also happy to be here to like help distract you. Hello, Kayla. Are you still sprinting or are you wrapping up? No, we are still sprinting. Welcome to the party. Hoping to read some of Violet in Bloom, a Bridgerton novella. Ooh, is that so? I'm trying to think of how that series goes. I know that each sibling also gets a. Oh my gosh, we were just talking about this. I know that every sibling has their own book, but with this one being a novella, is it like in between books or is it like post? Like, how is the publication done? I have a question for you. It's always darkest before the dawn. Yes, the sun will be up soon. Hugs. I fully agree. Also, Priya, hello. It's been a little while since I've seen you. I'm glad that you're here. Late to the party? No, you're not. The party's just begun now that you're here. I've just put my baby niece to sleep and we'll start to read something. Sounds good. What you going to be reading? If you're still not sure, let us know when we come back from the next sprint. All the hugs for Bia. Yes, I agree. I was about to leave and realized my groceries aren't ready for another hour. Sarah, well, then you get to stay with us. We get you for another hour. Very nice. And then, of course, Kelsey. Yes, it was so entertaining, and it makes me want to go to a little free library because it's been so long since I've gone to one. I think I need to figure out where they are in my neighborhood. There's definitely at least one or two. Okay, I'm home. Welcome home, James. I'm glad you're able to stretch your legs. Also, we've got Courtney here. Hello, Courtney. I hope you're doing well today. I'm sorry you have to deal with it. Yeah, and it's one of those things where you really want to do the right thing, but you're also it's kind of scary because you don't know when this person's being this kind of like volatile, like who they'll turn on next. And so I'm trying to be smart. Like I'm trying to like provide assistance and keep them informed, but without making myself too involved. So like for instance, I haven't spoken to this neighbor and I will not. So there's that. So I'm being safe. I promise everyone that I'm being safe. Hello, Rye, you're back. Welcome back. I hope that your Sunday is continuing to be nice. Just sub to you, Greta. Excited to watch your video. Yes, awesome, Brooklyn. I'm so glad. Yes, everyone, please self-promote and also like be sure to subscribe to each other. That's always something that we need to like make sure we're doing. Yay for finishing Laura. Yes, woohoo. I finished the Chestnut Spring series on Friday. I know James was like whipping through these, and that's just I was gonna say that's an example that you can get through them very quickly, but James is also kind of inhuman. Like I don't really know how he functions with everything else he does, but he did finish it. And your favorite is stop. Oh my gosh. We need to notify the presses. Your favorite was Hopeless. When Claire was here, Claire was saying that Hopeless was her least favorite. And I feel like some people have said that Hopeless was like, maybe it was because it was the end of the series and maybe they wanted something else. But the fact that you liked Hopeless, like it being your favorite, that intrigues me because I do like fake dating. I do like that trope. That's yikes. Can we all collectively clap? Yeah, exactly. It's honestly, it's one of those things where I'm like, clearly this is something we cannot just like allow to happen, especially because like these cats, it's not their fault that they're like on the street. You know what I mean? Like it's not their fault that this is happening. Also, Laura, would you say it is appropriate for younger readers? That's a good question. Nice to see you again, Christina. I loved Flawless. I'm thinking of doing a video ranking them when I finish. Oh, yes, that'd be really fun. Not only ranking, because you can rank so many things. When you've read it, you can rank maybe couples, your favorite women protagonist, your favorite man protagonist, your favorite trope that was used. Like you can really rank them, how well done the third act breakup is, if there is. I mean, I'm just saying that because typically romances have that, but like which one was done the best or the most believable. Listen, Beatrice, I'm someone who loves rankings, so like do them all. I only have one book missing actually, but I have to read 3. That's right, because you've only read the first 2, and you need to read Powerless, Reckless, and Hopeless. At this point, I should know all the titles because I've said them so many times. Although I'm thinking of your 16-year-old when I answered that, Christina. Yes, because this is for Death and the Conjurer. Yeah, so that one, and I mean, it's obviously it's like a murder mystery. It deals with murder and death, but a lot of people are introduced to say like Agatha Christie in middle school. So when they're ranging from like 11 to 13. So I would say that and this author, he's inspired by John Dixon Carr, who was also a golden age detective fiction writer who wrote around the same time as Agatha Christie. So I will say that because it's golden age, usually that is like middle grade appropriate. But it kind of depends on, your own thoughts. Like if you wouldn't have your child read Agatha Christie, then yeah, maybe don't have them read Death and the Conjurer. But I'm also not a parent. So please take my own thoughts with a grain of salt. Oh my God, they just called me for an audition for a TV series. Spencer Mylock. Chris, congratulations. Oh my gosh, I wish you luck. I'm sure you don't need it though, but that is so exciting. I forgot the lady's name though. Oh no. That's okay. That's okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you. Yes, you'll have to keep us updated. I'm happy that we can be your luck charms. It is all the mom and dad and their love story. Oh my gosh. So this is for the novella, the Bridgerton novella. I didn't even realize. I didn't even think about that. So it's like a prequel. I like it when romances do that. I may barnacle on your buddy read for The Glass Hotel. Yes, please. I don't own a copy yet, but I keep almost checking it out at the library. I'm going to be borrowing mine from the library too. And I'm glad that we're talking about this because I do need to obviously put myself on hold for it to ensure I have it in time for the first of the month. But honestly, Jamie, yes, please, we can 100% talk about it together. I just realized the half-hour long Bluey episode is available to watch. Okay, I know what I need to help my mood after this week. We'll read after. Bluey heals. It really does heal us. I absolutely love Bluey. So I talked about this earlier, but I did the Can We Trust Crystal vlog collab with a bunch of other YouTubers, including Brooklyn, who's in the comments. Julie was also in the comments. Brittany, a bunch of people. Crystal is an Australian booktuber, Bond Book Reviews. And in my little like B-roll, I decided to do Australian things, and I totally just used it as an excuse to watch Bluey because I love that show. So I fully support you. Good afternoon. Just joined. Hello, Christine. Reading Powerless. Good so far. So Powerless, you're just to be sure, because I know that Powerless is a pretty common title. I'm assuming, Christine, that you're reading the 3rd book in the Elsie Silver series. I think that's the ice hockey romance. I just met Jasper in this one, and I think he's the love interest. So exciting. Let us know what you end up thinking about it. Yay for all the finishing. Yes, 100%. Oh yeah, I'm reading Done and Dusted. James, you are continuing with the cowboy romance because I'm pretty sure that that is a cowboy romance. I can see the cover in my head, which is also very popular right now. I tend to just make a day to visit LFLs, little free libraries, because I'm so far out in the countryside. But visiting the ones I placed books in for curiosity, most of what I had left seemed to have found a new home. I love that. I think that's probably the most fun is when you're like, I'm going to put you here. I'm going to come back, and I hope that someone else has brought you home. That's so cute. I love it when books find new homes. Have you watched What We Do in the Shadows, the movie and TV show? Vampires living in society comedy like The Office. It's so funny. I've never even heard of it. I'm gonna have to star that because if it's funny, that sounds up my alley. I think like when I'm watching things, I think I need to lean on the humor. So that yeah, others in the comments, if you've watched it, let us know so you can, either confirm or deny what Ro says. But Ro is usually very spot on when it comes to movie and TV recs. I was asking for my 16-year-old, but he is autistic, so he really is a young 16. He loves the idea, romance, but nothing open door. He loves weddings and babies. Oh, I'm trying to think. You know what's a really cute, fun romance? And I think that there's technically like two in the series. The first one is A Spot of Trouble. That one is closed, and it's just a sweet romance. Like nothing physical happens beyond kissing. Let me grab it. I'll keep talking. You'll hear me, but you won't see me. As I laugh creepily, trying to grab a sweet romance. This one I can confirm by Terry Wilson is very sweet. It's very cute. So the Flawless series, that one I'm assuming is going to be open door. Like that one's spicy, I've been told. Whereas this one's really cute, and there's like, they've got Dalmatians, they've got like a meet cute where they're mixing up which Dalmatian is whose. And there's a second book in the series. I think it's called A Line in the Sand. So if that sounds a bit up your son's alley, maybe that can work, because I know it can be tough, especially because nowadays, and this is not a critique, we are leaning into our kind of spicy era, I think, in publishing. So it's nice when people who aren't interested in that, they don't have to be, can kind of find something that they can like. So yeah. I absolutely adore fake dating. It's my favorite romance trope. Add that to the age gap, and it's basically written for me. Yeah, that's a good point. And I'm wondering how often there's an age gap in this series, because I don't think this is like a huge age gap, but he's like what, 32 and she's 25, so 7 years. But she also like she had a crush on him, like a celebrity crush, when she was a teen. So I feel like it tells me that they're in different eras in their life. So I don't know. I'd be interested to know what you all think is an age gap within books. Thanks, Christina. I've read like 6 books in 8 days. Should I read all of Elsie Silver's books and rank them? More. I think that's what we're all doing. Like genuinely, that's so fun. I think it'd be so cool to see all of us kind of compare. I think I'll probably do that by the end once I finish all 5. I'm going to stick to 1 book a month, and I'm going to vlog each book and just post 1 per month, just to kind of keep with that. And then at the end, maybe I'll do an entire ranking system myself. And during the live show, I think during the final live show, we'll definitely be ranking books and doing it with all of them. I'm right. Yes, Russian and Jewish. Usually I don't have a problem with overly descriptive, flowery writing, like, yeah, the purple prose, but it's just not working for me with this one. I'm still only 30% in, and I think that's a bigger book. I think it's a bit chunkier than I thought it was. So yeah, that can be tough. Maybe, I think we talked about this before, but maybe just juggling another read while you read that one. If I call back and sincerely say, I'm really sorry, I didn't jot down your name, oh no, you can just say, like, in my excitement for this news that I'm really looking forward to, I realized that when I was taking notes, that was one detail I didn't put down. I'd really want to make sure that I can call you by your name. I think that if you phrase it that way, then that would be fine, and show that you're really interested, and you're being professional by making sure that you actually call back immediately, that kind of thing. I think that can, yeah. And you could always kind of pose it and being like, I also like thinking if you have other questions. So a few, you can follow with a couple others to ensure that maybe the main focus isn't you getting the person's name, and when you call them, maybe they'll answer by their name. I don't know. I'm trying to strategize with you. Ranked for me is hopeless, then heartless, reckless, flawless, powerless. So it goes 5, 2, 4, 1. What did I miss? 3. I think that's what your rankings are. Okay. If I think of another, I'll ping you, Christina. Hello. Hi, Nell. How are you? What are you up to this weekend? Oh my gosh, I feel like it's been a while since we've talked. The concept and characters are good, so it must just be the writing that's getting me. Probably should be one I combo read, so maybe I'll wait until I get home to keep going. Yes. I think that sounds like the right idea. And I can't remember if you said you had the audio or if you're a big audio person. but maybe pairing it with that can help. Yay, Chris, break a leg! Or is that just for the stage? I know, I can't tell. However, it is said for that. Yeah. Honestly, we wish you so much luck. We'll all be thinking of you. I'm back sooner than expected. How many sprints left? I'm not sure. I'm gonna say probably I could do 2 more at minimum, and that might even just lead us, depending on how talks go, into Nicole's sprints. I think it starts 6 p.m. my time. We'll double check, and if I do go that far, I'll make sure to do the reroute for those who want to keep sprinting all day. I'm gonna have to double check YouTube and then do the connection. Bluey's surname is Healer after. Kirsty, you're right. Oh my gosh, their name is Healer. Oh my gosh, that's gonna like make me tear up for some reason. That is so sweet. I love that. I do have to return Colty to Libby tomorrow at 2, so maybe I should start that half-an-hour mark. I will try to get through some of these comments more. Yeah, so you should start it. That's a good point. I'm off to bed. Thank you so much for amazing sprints, Leandra. And thank you for your sprints, Brooklyn, because you were sprinting at the same time as me. I wish you a good sleep. Indy is currently eating a lizard in my kitchen. Oh gosh, yeah, that is not not a great appealing thing. At least Indy's eating the lizard in the appropriate location, right? Kind of. Done and Dusted is a cowboy romance. It's for Smatella. That's right. Which is hosted by Vanessa from Read with Dr. B. So if people are interested, they should definitely go check her out. She's like one of the amazing people amongst Christina and Katie who do like the spreadsheets for sprinting, and so it's really lovely. Indeed. Good night, Brooklyn. Flawless is very open door. I was gonna say, like, honestly, like nothing's happened explicitly, but descriptions alone, I'm like, they are very open about like just observing each other's bodies and mentally thinking about it, I guess. Like, I don't want to get into it. The weather is fine when I'm sitting in the sun in my 4 layers, but the wind and driving around is pretty cold. I believe it. I don't read a lot of books that are romance genre, but I have a lot with prominent romantic subplots. So it might be a starting point. Okay, bye, Courtney. I hope you have a lovely day. I think Nicole starts at 8 p.m. here, so 7 for you. You're right, because I think Nicole didn't make the time change. I think that's like her area doesn't do like spring forward and fall back. Just got a notification that book mail is almost here. That's so exciting. The Bluey dogs are red and blue healers. You're right. I love it. They're healing and they're healers. I'm a sucker for linguistics, so I love the parallels to that. Very Aussie dogs. My uncle had some red healers growing up. Yeah, I am trying to work on the spreadsheet today. We wish you luck and we appreciate you so much for that. Yes, now that my exam is over, I have a little more time to drop in. Oh my gosh, congratulations. Nell, you must be so relieved. I'm sure you did so well on it. You've been studying and really prioritizing it. This is the most exciting news I could have had today. I could cry. What news? My tickets are booked? What? What's going on? Is Laura visiting Beatrice? Is that what I'm assuming? Oh my gosh, we're going to need more info on that. But let me reset the timer and we'll go for another hour and I'll check in with everyone when we get back. Thanks for being here. Welcome back, everyone. How did you do? I think that next sprint is going to be a food sprint for me. I've decided it now. You are all my witnesses. And I might want to go for a walk too. We'll see if I can get both in. That means I'm going to be taking a break from Flawless. But I am now, for those of you, keeping track at home, I'm on chapter 11. So what's happened so far is, without really giving spoilers, just so you know where I am in the book, we've had our first encounter, or our first like visual of Rhett bull riding. So that's where we're at. And Summer, sees him in action for the first time, and now we're in his hotel room, but nothing's happened. They're just talking right now. But that's what's going on as they kind of rehash and deal with, like, how he did, and how he's doing now and everything like that. But yeah, let's see. I know that there were a few comments as I was leaving, and while I go through them, maybe do your little checklist. How are you doing? Do you want to go for a walk for this current break, just to stretch your legs, especially if whatever productive thing you were doing made you sit for an hour? That might not make you want to sit any longer than you have to. Nicole does not have a time change. We're talking about Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffer. She's also someone who sprints a lot. So if you enjoy sprinting, you obviously should check her out. And okay, so that means that I think that means 7 p.m. my time, as we were saying, and it's 2:30 now. So once we are done with this chatty bit, it'll probably be 3. So for 4 hours, I could be convinced. I could be convinced to go for another 4 hours. I might have to do like an hour and a half sprint, maybe, to allow myself the eating and the walking, just to be able to say that I left the house today. But I could be convinced. Still have some projects to get through over the next 2 to 3 days, but at least one down, being the exam. Yes, I know. I think that was the thing you were most nervous about, and you were so diligent in making sure you were studying. So, honestly, congratulations. And also, Beatrice said that Laura is visiting her. So, for those who aren't aware, Beatrice lives in Portugal, and Laura lives in the UK, lives in England. I'm pretty sure it's England and not Wales. I always kind of am unsure because they're connected in a certain way. But yeah, that's so exciting for the book fair. I am so jealous. Also, James is coming. Oh, I missed this comment. Oh my gosh. You three are going to have so much fun. Please make sure you take pictures and like take videos of the like book fair. I think that's gonna be so fun. I'm an awful vlogger, but I think I'm going to do better. Yes, you can do it. I think it's practice. It's almost like, once you get down to it being a habit, you're like, okay, I'll do a check-in. I think for me, vlogs take the longest because I feel as though I have to like re-record if I'm like, how do I want to phrase this? Like, I almost have to talk about the book to myself a few times before I turn the camera on. I think that's what I need to start doing. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Yes, you should be. Which means no days off for me, so I can save. Yes. That's smart. We support that, and it'll be totally worth it. Also, Kirsty gave us an update on Bluey. I'm going to watch Bluey. That'll make me feel good. Why am I now full on not crying? Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, Kirsty, but this made me laugh because I've been there where I'm just like, oh my gosh, these characters see me, and I love them. I feel like it's great because it lends to the child that is in you, like you can relate to what's going on with the kids, but also the parents. Like, it doesn't shy away from acknowledging when the parents are kind of having a bit of a struggle, and it's so good. Nowadays we don't see like children's shows that appeal to the entire family dynamic, and it's great. Also, Dee Dee came. Hello, how are you? Also, just finished Wild Love, easily 4 stars. Wild Love is also a part of this Chestnut Springs universe. It's not in the Chestnut Springs series. It's in the newest one, the spinoff. I swear, I know there's one that came before Chestnut Springs, and now there's one that came after, and I still cannot remember. One's called Gold Rush. Is it part of the Gold Rush series? I swear, one day you will all help me actually remember what we're talking about. Off to go make dinner. Might not be back for the next chatty bit, but who knows? I saw this come in, and I did wish Greta an enjoyable dinner. Hopefully, we'll see her when she gets back. Oh, also, James said that Wild Love was 4.5 stars for him. So Yeah, that makes me think that Wild Love is very good. Also, we just went from highs to lows because Laura said that they DNF'd Iron Widow. I'm in complete shock. Honestly, that is really shocking. So many people love Iron Widow. A lot of people have it as among their favorite books. So, and I, as much as I know that that is the case, I will admit that I've never personally had a strong interest in reading it. That doesn't mean that I don't think it would be a good book, but I feel like I know it wouldn't be a book for me for some reason. I don't know. I'm going to start Fireborn next. That one's really well loved. I think Brittany really enjoyed that. And I think maybe Roe too. I think I know a lot of people who've enjoyed that one. And yes, we have some sympathetic oh no's. That's a good question. I couldn't get into it. Everything was just happening automatically with no real like build up. Okay, okay. Yeah, and I know that there's some inspiration. It's a bit of a retelling. There's kind of a hodgepodge thing. I've seen the author talk about the book before. So I don't know too much about it myself, though. My roommate just tried to get me to debate him about the ethics of AI, as if that's what I want to do after 10 hours at work. Yeah, you should be like, we need to put a pin in this. Like, if you really want to talk about it, I will, just not today. That it's always like the timing. It's like I'm willing to have this discussion, but not right now. But my book mail came, the Eternal Ones by Namina Forna, and the first two in the Gold Rush Ranch series. Okay, Gold Rush Ranch. Which one is this? Is this the one that has wild love in it, or is that the first one? I honestly, you guys need to like just I need to pin a comment. Like every time we do flawless sprints, pin a comment where someone explains the series and everything. It also congratulations. We love book mail. It was a 5-star prediction for me, so I'm shocked I just didn't vibe with it. Honestly, that I think that's why it tends to be the most disappointing when you're entering a book and you don't have any expectations from it. If you DNF it, if you give it a 3 stars or even like a 4 stars, you're like, okay, that's fine. I didn't go into this book expecting anything. But when you think it's going to be a 5-star, even sometimes a 4-star is disappointing, let alone a DNF. So I understand, Laura. That's not fun. Brandy finished Otter, number 7 of April. Congratulations. Oh my gosh, you're doing so well. And we have a lot of the month to go. So do you have a goal? Are you trying to reach 10? But 7 is really solid. We're on day 21. So that's like 3 books, a book every 3 days. That's what that is. Just joining. I'm reading Harry Potter 1, but in Spanish. Ooh, and also welcome, Catherine. Hello. Sounds good. I don't know if you're a part of this or if you're aware, but I was talking about Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers, and she's hosting an entire read along for that series. So if you're interested and you want people to talk with about it, I know you're reading in Spanish, but you could add a really fun voice to the discussion. Thanks for the sprints, of course, Ro. Joni also said, I went to sit outside and read Flawless, which sounds lovely. Got a few minutes in and promptly fell asleep. Oh well, there's always next sprint. Yes, there's always next sprint. And it sounds like maybe your body needed that. You need to relax. Like you've already done things today. You finished another book. You got some knitting and other things done. I think we just needed a refuel sprint, a nourishing your body, but this time with some Z's. So yeah, absolutely no worries about that. I'm back. Hello. How did the filming go? Let's see. Setting up Kerplunk so I can film my TBR. 2 videos down, 2 to go. Oh my gosh, you're halfway there. Great job, Brie. And also very exciting. The Kerplunk one is such a fun video to watch. I'm sure it's probably the logistics of recording it can be a bit difficult because you're recording your reactions afterwards and dealing with that. But yes, you can do it. I'll be honest, I couldn't read and took a nap to regulate my stress excitement. Oh my gosh, Chris, you didn't realize this, but you had a napping buddy. You and Joni took a nap, and I fully support that. What show? Oh yeah, I would be hyped too. Yeah, so which show? Because for those who just joined, Chris got a really exciting call saying that he was invited for. I think it was you were invited for an audition, or your audition went really well, and you got a call back for a TV show. That is so cool. I'm sure you're going to do amazing. I got to 17% in The Maiden and The Unseen. Are you still liking it, Lexi? Let us know if you can say anything about it. Only 25 pages because my roommate wouldn't leave me alone. I'm sounding petty. It's not petty. It's just that your bandwidth, your social bandwidth has expired, especially your in-person social bandwidth. I think there's a strong difference. For instance, we can chat on the internet, we can do comments, but there's a different kind of level of interaction of being an active listener and, processing information in person. So no, you're not being petty. You're tired. You had a long day. I would feel that way too. Took a quick nap. Kelsey, you joined the napping club. Then read up to 60% of my memoir. I have about 2 hours left, so I'm thinking I can finish it by this evening. Yes, 100%. Ooh, it sounds like you're also really enjoying it. If you are like able to, especially consume it at such a like high volume, I feel like with memoirs they can be hit or miss, where I can only do like a little bit at a time. I got to chapter 5 in my book and got a box of Son's old clothes boxed up. Oh my gosh, being productive while also reading. I read until page 56, just finished chapter 5 of Happy Place. I'm enjoying it so far, but I don't know what my feelings are for second chance romance. See, I had a difficult time with Happy Place. One, because I couldn't tell if my own feelings were because I didn't really, I'd never read a second chance romance before. I would have actually welcomed second chance romance recommendations because I'm trying to think. I've read another one since then, technically, with Mimicking of Known Successes. That one was like a steampunk sci-fi mystery romance. It was a lot. It was a novella that just had a lot going on. But with Happy Place, we're gonna have to talk, Beatrice, because I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. Didn't read Setting Up New Bank Accounts and Direct Deposits. Constantly doing the whole productive adulting thing now. It's good to have you in the comments to level out the chaos. Reading through my WIP, my work in progress, and cutting down on the word count. However, also spent 8 minutes rewriting one sentence, as you do, and I'm sure it's a beautiful sentence now. I finished How to Keep House While Drowning, 5 stars, worth reading for everyone. Honestly, I'm gonna have to look into this. Maybe I could find the audiobook because it sounds like it'd be really informative, especially just like adjusting with your life, all of the things that you're juggling in your head at once, neurodivergence, like all of that sounds really helpful. I pick up the groceries for real this time. Yes, Sarah! Woohoo! It wasn't a false alarm. I'm so glad. That probably feels really nice to be off your plate. Just trying to decide what I want my tabs to mean for my next read. What tabs do people use for fantasy? That's a good question. I know that some people have done like world building, like anything that has to do with the world, maybe the magical system that explains it. Like for instance, if it's like a high fantasy but like political focused, like different references to the politics going on. Obviously, if there's any romantic inklings, there might be romance scenes. I'm trying to think what else. I know that when we were reading The Tainted Cup, Danny had one for sections that made her laugh, like made her laugh aloud, because that was a really funny book. So I'm trying to think of others. Other people who are bigger fantasy readers could probably help you out. I'm just piggybacking off of my fantasy reading friends. I got to 92% in Red Rising. Definitely a 4.5 or 5-star read. So it's even going up. I know you were saying 4 to 4.75 before. Like Hunger Games, but not YA. Ooh, an adult Hunger Games? Yes, I'm in England. That's what I thought. I was like, I feel like that, but I always feel badly because I feel as though I clump the people who are in Wales with England sometimes. I don't do that with Scotland or Northern Ireland, but for some reason that one I always mix up. I will be trying to vlog the trip. It's going to be so fun. I'm so excited for you all. I'm so jealous. I wish that I did not live so far away with an ocean between us. Me too. I'm excited to go to Portugal. Also, is it going to be like your first times? Like Laura, James, have you been to Portugal before? Because that'll be a really fun experience for you too. I'm back from my dinner. Time to get stuck in Flawless. Yes, Greta, join us. Continue to be stuck in Flawless. I am having a good time. There are some things that are making me laugh, with and we see this in YA and other types of just contemporary books where you can tell when the book was written during a time of certain slang terms. Like I still like it. But like one time this one character, like someone said something and another character just said facts. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember when we used to say that, and we still kind of do. Or Summer said something, not today, Satan, and I'm like, I also recall when that was really popular. Not that they've died down or anything, but you just don't hear it very often. So it's very funny when books take you to a certain time and you're like, I know exactly when this author was writing this. Sprinting marathon. I like it. I know, Jamie. I know you're all convincing me, and it's kind of like a nice chill day. I'm having a good time. Have some great people in the comments per usual. I'll have ladies arriving soon for Knit and Crochet Club. That's right. You were getting prepped for this, but it sounds like you may still be on when they leave in a few hours. I might be, and then you can let us know how it went. I'm sure it's going to go great. It always does. But yeah, so I may be here. Hello, Carissa. How are you? What have you been up to? I know that you have been working on what is it? I was gonna say War of the Worlds. That's not what it is. Outlander? No. What is it? The one with the Great Hunt. Wheel of Time. There we go. Oh my gosh, I was juggling through all of those because Brittany and like Bethany and a few others are pretty much like hosting entire read along with it. So I know you've been working on that, but I don't know if that's what you're working on today. Let's see. Currently reading Words of Radiance. I don't think you are then. I think you've moved on to something else because that sounds really fun. Is that also a is that another nonfiction? We're reading a lot of nonfiction in the comments today, actually, now that I think about it. Just finished Violet in Bloom. It was good, explains much more, but was very different from the snippets we have seen in the show. Interesting. Yeah, so for those wondering, Kayla was reading a novella following the parents of the Bridgerton siblings, so like a prequel. And okay, interesting. I'm glad that I gave you some answers, but also I guess it shows the evolution of people, right? Like people who are in their 20s aren't going to be the same as the people in like after they've had children and their children are grown. So I think that sounds like it tracks. Gold Rush is the first set of Elsie Silver books. Okay, thank you, Dee Dee. Like, I genuinely should remember this. Gold Rush Ranch, Series 1, Violet Eaton's story, and like Violet's friends, right? Or something like that. Then it's Chestnut Springs that does the Eaton brothers. And then it's Rose Hill, Wild Love. That one's small town single dad romances. So that one's tied to all like a certain trope. That's interesting. That's kind of isn't that let me know if there are other series like that, but I don't think I've ever really seen a romance series that follows a certain trope that is like the through line. Usually the through line is like friends, siblings, same kind of town, that kind of thing. I've never seen a series that the entire like the through line is that it has the same trope throughout, or at least like the same baseline trope being a single dad. I'm sure that she's blending other things, but fascinating. Okay, I have to remember that. It goes Gold Rush, Chestnut Springs, Rose Hill. Okay. I don't have a specific goal, just enjoying, but I do plan to read 3 novellas before the end of the month. So you might hit double digits. And novellas are kind of nice. They're a nice short thing, especially when they're well done. And you're just like, oh, that's all I needed. The story didn't need any more. Sometimes I think authors push too far where it should have been a novella, or likewise, the novella isn't enough. We need more about these characters. So I hope that they work out for you. It's a Greek show. Ooh, so it'll probably be tough for most of you to keep up with it. Thank you so much for the support, though. Oh my gosh, of course. And if we can handle with the English subtitles, totally. I'm someone who enjoys that. I've recently, well, in the past, not recently, I should get back into it. I've been thinking about it. I've gotten into K-dramas, but also Turkish dramas. Like those are a trip and a half. Or did I get that wrong? I think you're right. Let's see. Gold Rush Ranch is Elsie's first series. Follows, yes, Violet and her friends. Chestnut Springs is Elsie Silver's second series, and then and that follows the Eaton brothers. So then Wild Love, which is Rose Hill, is the single dad romances. I think we got there. I'm gonna like have to star all of these comments and like honestly just put them to memory at this point because I keep asking you all, and you all kindly keep telling me, and you're just like, Leander, you're one of the co-hosts. You should probably remember this. Ay. It is awesome. It's so cool, Chris. Genuinely, like we've got a star in our midst. I feel very cool knowing that. Rose Hill Wild Love is Elsie Silver's third series. Follows Willa's brothers. Because Willa. Wait, Willa. Is Willa a romance character in Chestnut Springs, or had she already had a romance? I don't think she was one of Violet's friends though, because Willa is the best friend of Summer. I think Willa must be in Chestnut Springs, and obviously she's in a later book. So excited for you. Yes, very much so. The nap definitely helped manage my stress. Love that. The napping club. Yes, that's exactly what it is, a napping club. I am enjoying it. I've been reading it for a week and a half, though. So I've been picking it up and putting it down, but now I'm flying through it. That makes sense because probably you're used to the writing style of the memoir, and it's actually probably coming to you a bit more quickly. I'm not the biggest fan of second chance romance books. I think that's why I didn't enjoy Before I Let Go by Kennedy Ryan as much as I wanted to. Yeah, with second chance romance, I think that a lot of it working is dependent on how they ended it the first time, right? Like what were the issues that made them go their separate ways, and have those issues truly been fixed before they come back together? Because that's what I question. I'm like, okay, are you just coming back and you're the same people? Because we already know this isn't going to work out again. Hello, Jojo. I love Emily Henry, but Happy Place was not my happy place. Yes. And this is things like this, like comments like this from Jojo, make me recognize that I probably should try Emily Henry again. I'm willing to do that because Happy Place is my one and only try with her. So I am willing to try her again because obviously Jojo really loves Emily Henry, but I'm going to have to take some time. I'm going to have to think about because it did kind of put me in a romance slump when I read it, actually. I realized that the second half of 2023, I didn't really read romances. And I was like, oh, that's weird. And then I was like, oh, I kind of know why. But I also know people who love Happy Place. Like Beatrice is really enjoying it right now. So there are people who enjoy it. I always use break a leg. Oh, because I think Laura was like, can we say this? And wish bad luck to people, no matter what it is. Usually in Greece, we literally say shit for good luck. In this, what? That is too funny. I think I would get some weird looks if I just started shouting that to someone and being like, I'm wishing you luck. I promise. The audio is only 3 hours, very approachable. Many chapters are just a few minutes. Okay, well, that's quite nice. Forget the notion that an ocean's keeping us you from me. I am with you emotionally. Exactly. Yes. I'm gonna have to look up. Those are song lyrics. I'm gonna have to look that up. I see you singing. I don't know what that song is though, because I'm lame. Yes, it's my first time. I'm going to for 5 days, so I'm also gonna do other things while I'm there. Yes, do a little bit of sightseeing, maybe go to a few cities. Okay, so I'm going to be taking a shower. I'll come back in the next sprint. Sounds good. Enjoy your shower. It can be very relaxing. Yeah, genuinely, have the best time. I've never been to Portugal or been to a book fair or met Beatrice or James in person. So a lot of firsts. Yes, a lot of really, really fun firsts for sure. Well, hello there. Hello, Joshua. How are you? Still reading Zero K by Don DeLillo. And how are you finding it? Are you still enjoying Zero K? Are you finding it interesting? Also, how is your day? How have you been? I'm doing really well. I'm just imagining Words of Radiance on the nonfiction shelf. Yeah, me too. I can see how it sounds like a nonfiction title. I want to read the first in that series this year, but it's so intimidating. What is it then? Stop it. 1,300 pages? What is it? Oh, hold on. We have an answer. I was like, why is it that long? It's because it's by Brandon Sanderson. Okay, this tracks. I'm still reading Wheel of Time, currently on book 3. That makes sense. I think that that might be Brittany's favorite so far, either 3 or 2. She really enjoyed those ones. It's not. It does sound like a nonfiction, doesn't it? It sounds like it's like inspirational. Like we can do this. Words of Radiance. If it isn't a nonfiction title, it probably will be eventually. For Rose Hill, they're in a bowling team together. The first one is Willa's brother for a bowling team of single dads. Oh my gosh, that is too funny. I'm sure we can't technically count that as a sports romance either, though, which it just makes me laugh. The idea of like a sports romance and the sport is bowling. That would make me chuckle. I've read 8 books this month so far, and so many of them are for this series. 5, because you read 5 of them, and you just finished Wild Love, which is in the next series. You're having a romance month, James, and I fully support that. If I get cast and can find it with subs, I'll be sure to let you guys know. Yes, for sure. Oh my gosh, that'd be so fun. You're a co-host. You should know this. Don't tell me what to yeah. It's like, oh, it's fine. You know what? I'm the one in the threesome who doesn't know anything. I think we always need that. Claire's the expert. Brittany is the one who's willing to do the research to learn as someone who's entering the series. And I'm here for vibes. I don't know anything. I remember actually when I was doing the announcement video, I don't even think I told you all like what the tropes were or who the characters' names were, because I was like, I'm going to enter blind. I have no idea what's happening. And then so many people love that series. So the FOMO momentum is peaking, hoping to get at least the first book this year. That one's for Words of Radiance, the 1,300-page book. It's Willa and Cade in Heartless. Ooh, ooh, and people love Heartless. Okay. Interesting. And I'm trying to imagine their dynamic because I've only ever seen like Willa's dialogue in text or in phone call at the moment. And I've met Cade. I've seen him in one scene. So I'm trying to that'll be an interesting, almost opposites attract, I feel, maybe. I'm just imagining. They don't seem like they're very similar. Stop, I'm blushing. I haven't ever done TV before. Well, this is just the start, Chris. Willa is in book 2, Heartless. Okay. Summer's friend, and her romance is in one of the later books. Won't say which one. Oh, Greta. Well, I've already been told, which is totally fine. Actually, that's kind of nice to know that it's right after this one, because then we can just get it done. I love second chance romance, and it's one of my favorite. It's your top trope, one of them, if it's done well. You're going to have to let me know, Kelsey, of some other recommendations. Then I'm gonna mentally say that you're the expert because I'm willing to try it again. And I think I had different issues with Happy Place. It wasn't really the second chance romance, actually. I've also only read Happy Place. I need to read her others though. Although I liked Happy Place, I found it overhyped. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Also because like some people have argued that Emily Henry sometimes doesn't read romance, like in like her books aren't actually romance. Like they have a romance in it, but some readers wouldn't deem them romances. Not all of them, but I feel like I've heard that. Happy Place has been added to my TBR. Like, honestly, and at this point, because it was so big, you probably could find it very accessibly either on audio, as ebook, through the library, or even find some like secondhand affordable options. Like, I'm imagining there's a million on Pango Books, but like I've been wrong before. So if you wanted to try it, Chris, I'm sure you could find a copy. Hello, Morgan. I'm currently juggling 5 books at once. Oh my gosh, join the club. So I'm trying to complete at least 1 or 2 of them before I start another one. You can do it. What is it? Is it the snowball effect or the what are they saying? Like the trickle down? We had a term like read the books that are closest to the end to make you feel good. So do you have any that are really close to being done with, or are they all at the beginning and you're just like, I'm in a pickle? I have been editing my dissertation all day. Took a break to do some short story writing for a comp. Ooh, I am entering. Ooh, a competition. I wasn't sure if that was like comp class, like a composition. And yeah, my CR is slow paced, but God, oh no. You know what? You can do it. A dissertation, there's so much work, so much mental and emotional stress as well with that. So I'm sure it is great. And you're slowly plugging away at it. I wish you luck and I hope you're done soon. Like I'm imagining you'll be done in the spring, maybe in the summer. I'm in a very romance mood. I'm going to read Done and Dusted and its sequel, Swift and Saddled, before I start the Gold Rush Ranch series. Yeah, take a break and then you can return and also just see another type of cowboy romance. Like, can you see similarities? That would be a really interesting kind of comparison. I'm now having an annotating crisis. I don't have tabs that color match Fireborn. Oh my gosh. And the aesthetic is very influential. You want it to match. I understand. That is not fun. And now you're like, well, I can't keep reading until I get the tabs that I want. I'm literally graduating next year and haven't gotten an actual job in this space yet. Y'all are spoiling me. I'm so lucky to have this community. Oh my gosh, Chris, you know what? You've been working on it. You are so close to graduating. Like you put in the time, the effort. So maybe, yeah, maybe this is finally, it's all aligning, especially with being kind of close to graduation. Maybe it's nice to have a little bit more experience under your belt prior to entering the field. Yes. Oh my gosh, just keep us updated. You're going to do great. I've read You and Me on Vacation, which is people we meet on vacation, I think, in the US, and gave it 1 star. Unfortunately, maybe. I have Happy Place on my TBR. I don't know. I mean, like some people are all over the place with their ratings for Emily Henry. They love some books, hate others, and then others are just super consistent in their thoughts. It'll be interesting to see what you think, because if you hated You and Me on Vacation, but you end up loving Happy Place, that's going to be a very interesting thing. I don't know if that's ever happened. I feel as though, I don't know. Oh no, Laura, can you find them close or soon? Yeah, and even just maybe use tabs and then just replace them, like when you get the nice ones, and save the ones you used for a time when you're reading a book that matches that color. Like kind of do a bit of recycling. I really hated the friends in Happy Place. They kept making friendship really hard. Catherine, thank you. Oh my gosh. And I will say, we're not going to do any spoilers because Beatrice is, she's taking a shower, but she might be here periodically. But the friendships, one friend in particular, or maybe two, though, they were terrible. Oh, but Second Chance is romance was good. So you thought that it was good. I don't know. I might have to disagree, but I also had different reasons. I had an entire video dedicated to my thoughts about Happy Place because it was I'm so sorry to say this, it was my first 1 star of 2023, and I was really upset about it. So I really struggled with it. But I also, as you know, so many people loved Happy Place. So many people love Second Chance romance. So it did work for some. It didn't work for me. All right, so I'm going to star the next comment, which is Kelsey's, and it looks like I've just received some recommendations for Second Chance Romance, so I'm going to have to try them out. But we are going to, let me see here. You know what I'm going to do, and I hope it's okay with everyone. I think I'm going to do 75 minutes just to give me a bit more time for lunch, and maybe I can go for a walk, so I might have to put Flawless down for a second. But yes, so I will see everybody in an hour and 15. If you can't stay, that's totally fine. Thanks for spending some time with me. This has been a really lovely Sunday so far. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I did see some new people coming in. New people, as in they just arrived, not new, as in they're new to the chat because they're some of our favorite people. Let me see. Oh, I should probably tell you how I did. So that was a bit longer of a sprint. It allowed me to not only have a very late lunch. It was more of a dinner. I also went for a walk. I think I walked for maybe, let's say, 30 minutes, like about probably a mile and a half. And in that time, I finished. Oh, here it is. I finished on audio, so that's why there's still a bookmark in it. But I finished The City of Brass. So I only had about like an hour left to listen. And so I was listening to it while I was eating and then while I went for a walk. And that means I get to do an update. I finished the first book of 3 for my Meet the Booktuber vlog. So that's exciting. Obviously, I will not tell you what I think about it. You'll have to wait and see. But then when I finally came back on screen, I only got a couple pages into Flawless. They're still in the hotel room. like nothing has happened. They've just kind of talked and had a bit of a heart to heart. I will say I'm a bit concerned. Like he's having bourbon and she's giving him what I'm assuming is pain medicine for his like injuries or whatever. And he like takes the pills and like he swallows them through like he chases them with bourbon. And I'm like, that's probably not the best combination. That's probably not the way you should take your medicine. So some of this is I'm kind of like, not really the most ethical thing. But anyways, the one thing I've also decided on, I think I'm just going to be here until Nicole sprints because at this point we only have like 3 hours until her sprints start. And by the time we get done with a talking bit, we could maybe do another 2 sprints, either 2 short ones like 45 or maybe a long one. I don't know. We'll have to ruminate and talk together. But I do have a couple comments I've got to catch up on. So, anywho, before I let go, and Love and Other Words are 2 of my favorite for second chance romance. I'm going to remain and keep that starred because I will look into that. So, thanks for the recommendations, Kelsey. Yeah, I'd defo say Emily Henry is more women's fiction than romance sometimes. Yeah, I think that's the distinction. Some of her books feel romance, some of her books feel women's fiction, but they all are always in like the romance category for the Goodreads Choice Awards, for instance. I personally vibe with that. Yeah, totally. Especially if you know that you're like entering that could be perfect for some people. Reading Snowball. Yes, exactly. Reading Snowball. Thank you. I know that was a term that we got from Amy from Amy's Bookish Life. Yes, it is. Yes. Oh my gosh. Perfect. Same mind to Neil. Not that I've read them, but I own 2 of them, and that is something. Honestly, owning them might as well be kind. We take it like you've read it, right? You own it. It's on the shelf. You'll read it eventually. It's the same problem with Colleen Hoover, but her books are all objectively bad. Listen, James, I'm sure there's some people who love Colleen Hoover in the comments, and they are welcome. I have never read anything by Colleen Hoover, so I'm not someone to say that. But I do know that a lot of people were surprised and didn't agree with Verity being on the Goodreads choice for romance. I think they were like that's not a romance, even though there's romance in the book. So sometimes I think it's like these when we have a lot of elements from all different genres and it's hard to pinpoint where the book should go, it makes it difficult for like award season. In the editing process, yeah, it's due, 3rd of May. I'm analyzing 3 texts and arguing that contemporary literature is moving towards presenting gay men as heroes rather than tragic figures. Oh, I love that. And you're very close. Oh my gosh, you're so close to the end because the 3rd of May is coming up close. But I don't want to stress you out. I'm at anywhere from 10% to 50% through all the books. Okay, so you're not even halfway for most of them. I'm reading, so it's slow going. Oh, right, so you don't have any audiobooks. I'm determined to finish one tonight, though. Probably unrealistic, but it's a fun challenge. Honestly, yeah. And even if you don't like finish it, you know you're going to be making so much progress if you're close to finishing it. I have ones that are dark enough color palette, but may not have enough to do the whole book. That we're talking about tabs because Laura is a bit upset. They just started, was it Fireborn? And you're like, I don't have any color tabs for annotating that match the book. Or I have loads of fluorescent color palette, which go with nothing, but bought them, so need to use them. Yeah, you need to like find maybe some fluorescent flowery like romances or something that have those colors. And then Carissa asked what a dissertation is, and I did see a few people explain moving forward, which is really helpful because we throw these terms around and some of us might not know what they are. A friend of mine has said they liked Happy Place, but not people we meet on vacation. Actually, see, isn't that interesting? So that might mean that Happy Place is the winner. I don't know. I liked Beach Read. Disliked people we meet on vacation. Loved Book Lovers and Math for Happy Place. I'm telling you, we are all across the board. That is an author that none of us are consistent with, which I think is really interesting because we can't agree on anything. A lot of times with authors, you can kind of agree. Like, who is that? Alex Michaelides. I know that he's not a romance author, but everyone is pretty certain about like loving Silent Patient, not really thinking I think was The Maidens was very good. There's like this kind of understanding. I think the same thing for maybe Lucy Foley. There's like a consistent understanding of like what the person's best book is, but not with Emily Henry. I believe dissertation is similar to thesis defense. Yeah, that's what I'm viewing it as well. What we call it here in Atlanta, Canada. Not sure what it's called elsewhere. Yeah, it's like official project, and it can be like a creative dissertation. Like, for instance, if you are in creative writing, fiction, something to that effect, or if you are in like an art program, a performance of some sort. It's pretty much just like a culmination of your work, a proof that you are an expert in a certain subject. 100%. My dissertation, I did research project into how terrorist organizations fund themselves. It was mostly research based, but other courses would be different depending on what the requirements are. In the UK, thesis is usually in graduate degrees, where you are presenting an idea for study that you then back up while it's worthwhile. For undergraduate dissertations, it is usually started and completed in a year. I also see that Greta's like is on the same page, and I love that you both kind of linked up about that. Okay, that makes more sense, but it seems intense. It is really intense, and periodically, like I had an undergraduate dissertation as well, like an undergraduate thesis, but that's not super common, and it was optional. I chose to do that. Whereas with my master's, I had to. It was a requirement for me to leave with my degree. So it's definitely more common in postgrad, so master's or with PhD. With PhD, you might be working on it for a few years while you're also taking courses and studying and doing everything else too. Also, this sounds lovely. A Tottenham cake, is that what that's called? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, Dee Dee. With custard. Ooh, that sounds great. Also, books with Dreamcatcher. Hello, Dreamcatcher. I realized that I was not subscribed to you, so I have remedied the situation. Welcome to the chat. What should I have done? Work on book. I'm trying to finish, but what did I do, Tennille? Well, we're going to find out. Start a new audiobook, A Good War, mobilizing for the climate emergency. That is a great choice. I'm really intrigued by that. It compares transforming the economy and our actions during World War II to what we could accomplish to mitigate climate change. You would really, I'm going to have to look up the title because I read a book, it was a couple years ago, and it discussed also just how like not new the climate crisis is, that we recognize that it exists back in the 40s and the 50s, so around World War II and post World War II, and yet we just proceeded not to do anything about it. It's a really interesting and sad history for sure. And then hello, Renee. This is another person who I saw come, and it's so funny, Renee, that you showed up because just a couple minutes ago, I was actually asking myself, I wonder if Renee's going to show up so I can tell her that I have Skullduggery Pleasant on audiobook, and it's my number one next book to tackle. So I'm very excited about it. I'll have to keep you in the loop once I finish it, like what I'm thinking about it. Still feeling my period a bit. Gonna hang out with you for a while, making a cup of tea. Ooh, what kind of tea? I'm assuming it's herbal, but you might be needing some caffeine. I hope you feel better soon. Yes, and it is Renee. Good job. Just got back from a quiz. Did decent this time. Nice. And yes, it is MS Dragonfly. Oh yeah, that's Tennille, by the way, too. Just to just to pass along names. Also, the comments jumped, so I'm just going to take my time finding it. Oh, here we go. Kirsty says, I gave in to the tears for Bluey, which led to one of those cathartic 20-minute can't stop crying sessions. End outcome, I feel a lot better for it, but still gonna book a mental check with the doctors. Yeah, no, that's good. Just good to regulate yourself, double check, and be like, okay, is this something that I should probably make sure I'm talking with people about, especially if you haven't been feeling well lately too. I read 37 pages of The Dragon Reborn, and I don't know how I feel at the moment. You might just need some time. Either more pages, like you need to keep reading, or yeah, like give yourself some time to pause and to ruminate, or talk to someone else. So you can be like, so this happened. How do you think I should feel about this? Who's like also read that. About to take a bath and prepare for tomorrow. Ooh, yes, a bath sounds lovely. I did some book browsing, honestly, because I recently found a place to purchase musical libretti. From, and I got obsessed. Well, that sounds like a great find. Yeah, I hope you had some successful browsing, even if you didn't end up pulling the trigger and buying anything. Uh, Filming is done. Congratulations, Brie. Had to get the next 2 weeks filmed, including a fun announcement that should be amazing. I wonder what that announcement is. Maybe about a readathon that's going to be amazing. That is based off of the Amazing Race that will be happening in June. I don't know, maybe something like that. That is so exciting. I can't wait. I'm trying to find the audiobook for A Frozen River by Ariel Lawhon, but failing. Trying to read with eyes is proving difficult. Oh no. Isn't that the case where sometimes you're like, I need the audiobook? I actually do. Because then you can just kind of continue, let someone else read it to you. And it's a really luxurious experience and helps you pay attention a bit better. I have found that out of all the books I read, the formatting that has been the most consistent is reading with a physical book and the audio at the same time. That's just, I don't know, it's my favorite one. I think it's because I don't have to mentally think as hard and I'm still following with the words. I'm letting someone else read it, which we don't do ever since like childhood. So I know that this is bad to say, but I actually cried in this sprint when I was talking to my mom. Don't, no, it's not bad. Tears. Kirsty cried, not to throw Kirsty under the bus, but she also cried. It's okay. I feel like I have more tears to come, but hard days are like this. I am now drawing a froggy with a book. Yes, there we go. I hope that, and honestly, it sounds like a lot of times we don't want to cry, but sometimes that's what we need, especially to get those emotions out. So I hope that it was cathartic for you. And honestly, if more tears come, then I hope that they help you process your emotions a little bit better. I'm sorry that you've been having such a sad day, and sending hugs too. I fully am with you. I had a shower, had dinner, and then watched a YouTube video. Nice. Sounds like some productivity, some kind of wind down time, especially because James just got back from work and had a very long day. Just read a few pages in a middle grade science fiction. It is a Norwegian series. I don't think it exists even in Swedish. Really? So it's like not translated very much at all. Then, though, don't quote me. I do want to delve more into middle grade science fiction. I feel like that sounds really fun, and that's something that every time I read, I really enjoy. So I think I'm going to need to look into more titles. It's too bad to know that this one, if it's not translated into Swedish, it's probably not translated into English either. So that kind of is disappointing. But maybe one day. Yeah, hard days are hard. It's so true. I went to the post and picked up book mail. Rachel, you're not the only one. James, I think James said that he got book mail, and quite a few other people are just like looking at books today. It's a Sunday, so I think we kind of need that. Yes, I have a few on the way. Perfect. I am not sure that Happy Place is the book that I should be reading. I'm wondering that as well, especially because even though that book wasn't for me, I would be, especially with the main character. What's her name? I know that is it Win is the boyfriend, or like the guy love interest. I can't remember her name, but I feel like that might be too. It might be a bit rough because she also kind of goes through some things. So I don't know. Like Happy Place is a bit of an oxymoron. I think Emily Henry meant for that because there are some kind of things that happen that aren't very happy. I've got a headache. You know what? We're all just trying to repair ourselves, both emotionally, physically, and mentally today. That's the reason for my radio silence. Honestly, don't worry. As opposed to the typical getting busy but simply forgot to interact with chat. No, no, no. Honestly, don't worry. Don't ever feel like you need to comment because, yeah, especially if you're not feeling it, it's really nice to have you here, even if like I can't see that you're here. Hope your headache goes away. Me too. I really hope so as well. Because headaches are honestly, I think they're the worst, to be honest. I've read 5 books by Colleen Hoover, including Verity. It's a thriller, not romance. Also, also very bad. I love how you're like, I've read 5 books by her. She's terrible, but I've read 5 books by her. Verity being in romance is like all of the movies that Blockbuster Video used to, very questionable, put in comedy. Oh my gosh, The Sound of Music, Sleepless in Seattle. That is honestly too funny. Good thing streaming services don't categorize anything in a weird way. I know, right? And you would kind of be like, what are you doing? Like the internet, especially nowadays, would pounce on that, being like, really, you categorize this and this, like that? What are you doing? And that's exactly what happened with Goodreads. People were like, why is this? This is not a romance. I don't have. Oh, I only have 2 hours left of the Berry Pickers. Hillary, you are flying through this book at my listening speed. So it looks like I'll be able to start and finish it during this sprint. I was going to say, I was like, you literally just started it. Oh my gosh. And also, sounds like you're enjoying it then. I love the honesty. Me too. Like, honestly, like we all want to have happy days, and we do for the most part. But when we're having sad days, it's good to acknowledge it to show that also, if you are having it, it's not a taboo topic. We should actually be able to support each other in that way. So, yeah, saying the words that I need. Life has been hard for me lately. Yeah, and yeah, also because Beatrice, and I'm not going to be speaking for her beyond acknowledging what she just typed here, but is going through some like medical issues, looking for answers to questions. And so, yeah, and oh my gosh. And then my ex boyfriend texted me, what is he doing? Like, I hope he's trying to support you as well. But yeah, you put your own mental, emotional, and physical health first, Beatrice. So yeah. Yes, you said it right. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think. What did I say right? Did I say something wrong? Oh, Tottenham, I think. Yes, the Tottenham cake. Okay, woohoo. Because I know, like, I'm sure that some of you are like, oh, here comes the American saying Tottenham. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not right. That sounds really interesting to Neil. It does, for sure, that book. Did you have a Borders bookstore near you, Leandra, when they were? Yes, we did. So I currently live in a different state, but I'm from New York originally, and we had a mall, and we'd have a Borders books there, and it was sad. It was sad when they closed, and now we still have Barnes and Noble, but beyond independent bookstores, that's the only commercial one that we have, at least in upstate New York, where I'm from. Here, we do have a Barnes and Noble, but I think I've mentioned this in a few videos recently that all of them are like 40 minutes away from me, and that's if I take like a major interstate, meaning that I'm driving like 65, 70 miles per hour, like the entire time. So it's pretty big distance. One's in a different state, so I'd have to cross state lines to get to it. The other one is 40 minutes north of me. So that's not super fun. And there's a couple others, but they usually aren't really, like Books a Million is another brand that is common, I think, in like on the East Coast, like southern East Coast, because we don't have those in New York either. But yeah, we Borders was so great. I'm still sad that they didn't exist, like they didn't last. So that's a sad thing too. Okay, Laura, that makes sense. I had one of those in my 4th year called a seminar project, where we wrote 50-page paper, gave a 45-minute presentation. Oh yeah, for sure, seminar project. That's 100% like a version of that. My undergrad thesis was on the pedagogy of poetry. I love that. That's really interesting. That was the topic I chose because I knew it would be relevant to my career and include strategies that I use as an educator. Yeah, that's amazing. I finished my grades, cleaned kitty litter, and did March wrap-ups. Since it's almost April, as in it's almost the end of April. I know we're so I swear these months are going by so fast. How are we already almost in the 5th month of the year? Like a third of the year is almost over. It's crazy. I'm having such a productive but nice day today. Woohoo! Joni, I'm so glad. I'm glad you took a chance to hang out with us. As you can see, we're a pretty lively group. We're having a good time. Mine was on the quantum mechanics and statistical thermodynamics of the energy of the universe. Tennille, oh my gosh, you're so cool. It has only been minimally useful in my career since, but it was fun to research. Honestly, that relates to, so my undergrad thesis was on the what non-conventional names, how they influence women, because you'll notice that women tend to have more non-conventional names than men, especially historically, as far as like name trends. A lot of traditional names have stayed with men, whereas women, we see a lot of women with a variety of names, a variety of spellings. And like, what does that mean? Like, why is it like that? Why would we have that happen? And I was influenced because I have a sibling who has a very traditional name, and he is a guy, and I have a more unique name, I'd say. And like I've seen that in a lot of families, so I found it really interesting. Have I used it? No, but I keep my interest in linguistics till this day, so that's really nice. And then my master's one, that was my most recent one, and I ended up focusing on Miss Marple, but I won't get into that one because for some reason that one feels sillier to me, even though I also had fun with it as well. Annotated the first 2 chapters of Flawless. Now straighten my hair for the tomorrow. Nice, getting prepped. Oh, and annotations for the first 2 chapters. Great. I don't know if you read this one. Pretty sure Brittany did and loved it. But I bought A Fate Inked in Blood. I haven't, but everyone is talking about the book. Genuinely, it is on everyone's mind. You bought it on Friday and planning to read it on the weekend. Woohoo! That sounds great. Yeah, I think Rainy might have also read it. Maybe Claire. A handful of people that we know in this corner of the internet have been reading it. Might read some more of Done and Dusted next sprint. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, let us know what you think of it. Done some of those on audio. Great narrators. Okay, great. This is, I'm assuming, for Skullduggery Pleasant. I'm honestly really excited about it. I got to page 14, chapter 14, about 43%. Amazing. Yes, Bree, you've done so much today. You are amazing, but also this announcement is going to be amazing too. Wink, wink. To Neil, good to know. Tea is mango strawberry fusion. Oh, that sounds lovely. If Uncle Iroh from Avatar, The Last Airbender, has anything to say about it, tea provides the answers to all of life's problems. Honestly, it does. It really helps you just unwind, relax, get centered. Been a tea lover most of my life. Never been one for coffee. I'm one for all hot beverages. I do not discriminate. But I started off with the hot chocolate variety. Then I got into coffee, and then I got into tea. Weirdly, I switched those. But I'm a huge fan of tea. I actually just bought new Earl Grey. It wasn't Earl Grey, it was Lady Grey. You know, the like the Twinings. They have that one kind of brand, and I think it's because it adds a little bit of lavender or citrus, which is just, I don't know, it's just a little bit alters the Earl Grey, and I really like it. Especially helps me when I'm on my period. Yes, like you have to keep pushing the hot fluids just to like keep your body from like going crazy. Kirsty cried. That genuinely made me laugh. So thank you for that. I only cry that hard when my depression is back, and this time it really snuck up on me. So yeah, I need the laughs when I can. And it's really good that you recognize those signs, because you were mentioning that you're also going to check in with your doctor. So this is, we're all taking care of each other and ourselves, so this is a good space. It's been a very long day. Gonna go to bed when this chatty bit ends. Honestly, I respect that. You have had a really long day, and I think it's pretty late for you at this point. Is it maybe like almost 10 o'clock? I think it's probably almost 10 o'clock for you, so understandable. And then Kirsty says, I did end up Vinted and bought some emotional support manga. Oh, yes, during that sprint. It's the Asian Readathon next month, and I plan on doing 30 and 30 manga alongside it. That is such a great way to celebrate that. And I think you're talking about the Readathon that is hosted by Cindy, with Cindy. That's a really good one. And I really love Cindy. Cindy's hilarious. I might try to put Happy Place on the side, start a Tempest of Tea, since fantasy is more comfort for me. Smart. Feel sad, buy books. Honestly, yeah, we need that on a t-shirt, to be completely honest. Yes, hopefully one day. That's a good idea. Anything that brings you comfort, I fully agree. Books are our escapism, best friends, emotional support, therapy. Sometimes, and hopefully most of the time, we feel seen by them. And sometimes we don't, if we don't want to. That's kind of the point of escapism, right? Like sometimes you don't want to see yourself, and sometimes you do. So I fully agree with that too. Yeah. Also, our way to a long life. Research says book lovers live longer than non readers. Oh my gosh. We are the group, everyone, right here. Those of us on the internet right now, we're going to live a long time. Good for us. I love that. Also, supposedly, if you laugh a lot, you live longer. I might never die. This is us. We're going to live forever, everyone. We found our own version of the Fountain of Youth. We used to have Hastings, which was really our only place to selling and trade books. There is a creepy used bookstore, but no, yeah, I don't really. Sometimes with used bookstores are really lovely, but you got to have the right vibe. You got to find the right vibes. They're not weird, and they don't like take like so much money from your books. When I get the business angle, but I have gone to some secondhand shops that want you to sell all of your books to them for a straight price of $1, and I'm like, that's not actually like a good deal. But my dissertation is creating a athleisure wear brand. By the way, I am taking fashion design for my master's. I knew that, and that is just so cool. I love that. Poor you living so far away from bookstores. I know. And Renee, I saw your comment, and when I was talking about that in one of my videos, you're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I'm like, you know what? It's okay. I've kind of come to terms with it, and fortunately, we have the postal system, so I can like order books. But it's among the reasons why I'm really like dependent on my physical library, why I work at a library and support it so much, because I know like how supportive it's been for me. It's been like a really good outlet. And I'm sure we do have little free libraries. I was just talking about that with Kelsey from Reads with Kelsey, because she went on a little free libraries kind of jaunt recently and did a video on it. And I was like, I'm pretty sure there's some in my area. I've got to check them out, because I actually have so many books that I now plan on donating, because I kind of purged my shelves. I went through them, and it was a really therapeutic experience. My dissertation involved studying spider butts under a microscope. All of us are studying such interesting and sometimes random things. I live 30 minutes away from my nearest bookstore, but I do have 10% discount on Amazon, so that's fine. Yeah, because James also works for Amazon, which I know now. Mm-hmm. My thesis was on gay representation in YA books in Norwegian YA. This was 7 years ago. There were only 2 to 3 out there, more now, luckily. Oh my gosh, that is probably such a fascinating one, especially now that you can see how things have progressed and kind of comparing the market. Yeah, so interesting. Nora Dasne, I'm not sure how to say the name with this certain A, is an author with a sapphic graphic novel that just got aware for best translation. You got an award for best translation in English. I might have to look into that. I'm going to star it. Also, with pronunciation, my own reference is Dutch usually, and I know that Norwegian is not Dutch, so here we are. The actual study was how different land management strategies affected the diversity of invertebrates in public spaces, but it involves having to identify every species I trapped. And apparently, that's how you identify them, through their butts. Turns out 90% of spider species in the UK can only be correctly identified by studying their spinnerets on their butts, which you need microscopes for. The more you know. That is so odd. Leandro, you must elaborate to why you chose Miss. So I ended up studying Miss Marple because I basically made the argument that she is a proto-feminist representation of the detective, because it's basically, especially I focused on Murder at the Vicarage, the first book featuring her, the first novel, and how it's an entire cast of men predominantly. There's a couple side characters of women, but our main detective is this old spinster woman that no one trusts, that no one actually believes can, solve the crime. And she manages to solve the crime from her very small private sphere. She doesn't really go anywhere until the end of the novel, where she breaks out of that sphere and actually travels to save a person's life. But she's pretty much constrained to her domestic sphere, her home, and then the vicarage, a public sphere that women are allowed to be in at the time because it's church and community in that way, and other women's homes. And meanwhile, the men are running around, they've got access to everything. And lo and behold, who's the one who's able to solve the crime? The woman who's the most restricted in the book. I don't know. I was very interested in it, and it was really fun. I had to battle some of my professors in my arguments. It was an interesting challenge for me because I had to really show that I knew what I was talking about, because some of them liked to disagree with me, we'll say. So yeah, thanks for asking. It's almost 10 p.m. I woke up at 5:30 a.m., 10 and a half hours work, wanted to get through most of done and dusted, but I'm just not feeling it today. You know what? That's okay. I think that sleep is probably the best thing for you. So yeah, read it tomorrow. And then you can talk to Greta about it, because Greta's also reading Done and Dusted. I'm pretty sure I saw. Had some lovely time with my online book group. Ooh, and then a long call with my kid on his birthday. He's 31. Oh my gosh, congratulations to him and to you. I hope that he had a really fun day, and I'm sure he was like having such a good time talking with you on the phone. There's a little free library at work. I put all my books I unhaul in there. I like watching them disappear. That's such a great place to have it at work, especially like when other colleagues are exchanging books and being able to talk to you about it. That's really fun. They're the best. No one very close to me. I know. I think it's because a lot of times they're orchestrated by a resident in the area, which is very kind of them. But it can be, yeah, kind of sad when you're like, oh, I want to go to some of those really cute ones. My dissertation requires me to create a code project, write 10,000 words, and a short presentation, roughly 15 minutes. Yeah, it's when it's like all combined like that. It can feel like a lot. Not too bad of a try. If you pronounce ah, you get that sound. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. I love that. That's so interesting. Yes, we're going to talk about it as we read. Sounds good to me. Okay, so now I need to organize my mind. So it's almost 5 p.m. here. We've got 2 hours. So I think what I'm going to do is, if I do 45, we could probably do two more 45-minute ones. Does that sound good? Or should I do an hour and then, because if I do an hour and then we'll have an hour until Nicole sprints. So I might do 45. Oh my gosh, yeah, please James, you go to bed. Absolutely no worries. Thanks for hanging out with us for so long, even after you had such a long day. I really appreciate it. It was really nice seeing you. Yeah, we'll do 45. Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, Bree. 45 is good. Perfect. I was like, well, I'm doing it, guys. Okay, so this is going to be our second to last sprint before I send you all over to Nicole. But cool. For those of you who stick around, thanks for staying with me. Welcome back. I'm not going to lie, that felt so quick. I know it's because it was a 45-minute one and we've been mainly doing 1 hours. I also can't remember the last time I did a 45-minute sprint. So this flew by. I'm so used to an hour or longer. So that was kind of crazy, which means I also didn't get very much done, actually, at least in my opinion. So I read another chapter, and I am invested in this romantic coupling. I'm not gonna lie. There are still things that I kind of find ridiculous as far as the world, and I don't think I'm that invested in bull riding. I don't know. That's one criticism I always have for sports romances, and it's not a criticism for them because I just know I'm not into it. I don't care. I don't care about the adrenaline and the nerves of this like sport atmosphere, and that comes from someone who grew up doing three what do you call it? Three season sports. Sorry, I just snapped off my camera. Because I also did a recording. I recorded my thoughts for City of Brass. So that one is set aside for now. And now I've got, the two other books I've got to read for that blog. But yeah, I think I don't care that much. I don't think that sports are that important, at least not for me. So here we are. But I am invested in Rhett and Summer. So we'll see how it goes. I feel like also for those of you who are still reading Flawless in the comments, I do feel as though Rhett, he kind of, his dependence on Summer is almost leaning a bit motherly. Well, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, but I do like their chemistry. They've got good chemistry. Where were we? I know that this was an interesting comment toward the end. So Renee or Renata, I think it might be Renata. We were talking over on the side about pronunciations. I'm assuming the second syllable is the emphasis, and then the ending is a bit of a subtle sound. Maybe not. Little Free Libraries are organized by a Norwegian reading organization. I don't think that's how it is. Maybe some of them, but I know that people in the US can also just like create their own and register them, but I might be wrong. Most cities have one, but not all. That's really interesting. Also, Carissa missed that chatty bit, but I was able to put dinner in the oven. I'm having chicken enchiladas. That sounds lovely. And then Beatrice said, I need to show you my froggy. And Beatrice did send them. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, loud cars. She sent it to me, and it's so cute. I can confirm. It is the cutest little frog I've ever seen in my life. Servasha, hello, welcome. Just joining these sprints reminded me I have to get back to Flawless. Where are you? Where are you in Flawless? A lot of us are in different places. Some of us have finished. I guess I should say, I'm at page 140. That's where I am officially. Froggy, I want to see the froggy. Yes, Beatrice confirmed that she would send to Greta, and I also said I'd like to see the froggy, I think. Yep. It sent it twice. That's so weird. I don't know why it did that. I just saw another one, and that's when I also responded to Servasha. Anywho, FYI, people, because the 27th is International Book Day, Shakespeare's B-Day, and Cervantes, I am doing book-related videos. Oh, that sounded weird. So those most weeks, yeah, doing videos on libraries around the world, how to get into reading, those types of videos next week. That sounds lovely, like the perfect way to celebrate. That sounds great. Also, is it tomorrow or Tuesday is Earth Day? I think it is. I think is it the 21st or the 22nd? 22nd. Tomorrow. Today's the 21st. So tomorrow's Earth Day, everyone. So celebrate however you choose. Maybe just go for a walk outside, maybe start a book that has climate fiction or is about environmentalism, nature writing. That could be a really great way for you to celebrate that too. Also, hello, Anne. I joined during the sprint. I'm starting Best Kept Secrets, by Sandra Brown. I'm sure that one's going to be a bit suspenseful. That's an author I've never tried, but I know that is also very well loved. Also, welcome. We still have one more chatty bit. I'm excited. Yes, one more, and then we'll go into a sprint. And I've reached out to Nicole because I think she needs to give me permission to direct you all right to her channel. So I'm not sure if it's going to let me if she doesn't give me permission in time, we might just have to do the old fashioned, here's the link, and send you all off on your way. So we'll see. We'll see if she can reach out to me in the next hour. She should be awake and kind of checking in because it's going to be the morning for her. But I'll keep you all updated. I'll let you know what ends up happening. I am drawing some water for my froggy. Yes, your froggy needs water. That went by so fast. I know, seriously. Managed curbside grocery pickup and started the beginnings of meal prep while listening to a chapter of my mythology audiobook, one I was already working on, not another new one. I was going to say, I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, you're just hooked. You're hooked on mythology. That's what I'm hearing here. But yeah, I know 45 minutes just goes by so quickly at this point. Ooh, City of Brass recording. Yes. Yeah, oh my gosh. And for me it's a big deal because I don't read big books like that. So I'm very proud of myself for finishing a book that was like over 500 pages. I can't remember the last time I did that. Actually, it might have been Little Thieves and Painted Devils because those are both around 500. I think those are the biggest books I've read since this one. I'm on the edge of my seat to find out what you think of City of Brass when the vlog comes out. Well, Tennille, don't worry, it'll be out soon. I think I'm kind of edging for maybe next Sunday. That sounds really quick though. We'll see. I'm hoping. Read it a bit more. Oh, read a bit more in the book, but not much. Enjoyed. Yes, amazing. Ooh, chocolate, but don't have any. Oh, you've got a craving for chocolate. I know. Honestly, I hate to flaunt in front of you, Renata. I got a 9 out of 10. Oh my gosh, for how to say your name. Well, maybe I might have to start saying your full name then. I'll stick to Renee now, build my confidence. But okay. Anyways, now I'm going to flaunt in front of you. I have some chocolate here that I've been keeping. Dark chocolate with it's a coconut inside. Some of you might not be coconut people, so that might be controversial, but I really love coconut and chocolate. I think it's a really good mix. So I'm so sorry, Renee. I am kind of bragging. I finished Love and Gelato. Absolutely loved it. 5 stars. Savasha, you just joined us and you already finished a book. Oh my gosh, doing all the things. That is awesome. Also, 5 stars. I've heard good things about that book, so I'm not surprised. I got to chapter 23, about 66%. Ooh. And Christina, are you reading Flawless or which book are you? Is it Binding 13? Now at this point, I can't remember. I can't remember which read along you're following at this moment. You're gonna have to remind me of what you're reading. Some neighborhoods have them as well, though. See, another person. Love and Gelato is a great read. I might have to actually read that. Looking forward to what you think of City of Brass. It's on my hold queue. I'm actually starting The Adventures of Mina El Sarafi right after I finish The Secret Garden. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I might have to not re-record my thoughts, but I feel as though there's some things I do want to say that would be spoiler related. Obviously, for JL, you wouldn't want to read it because you haven't read City of Brass yet. But for some, because a lot happens in the end. Like a lot happens that I have questions about, that I have theories about, that I have feelings about, and I don't know, that's always the tough thing about vlogging books and acknowledging that some people haven't read it yet. You don't really know how much to say. So I'm debating about providing it, or at the very end of the vlog, like after I've read all 3 books and talked about them vaguely, having a bit of a spoiler section to talk through each one. I'm still ruminating over that. I actually tried a chapter to see if I liked it. I loved what I read and then started reading other things. I'm going on vacation this week and have it on my Kindle, so will read while traveling. Oh, yes, sounds great. I hope you enjoy your travels. I hope like they end up going well. I know there's a lot of stress in planning it, but yes, I'm sure it'll be so much fun. I'm still here. I got to 33% in The Maiden and the Unseen and made dinner. Oh, sounds great. Enjoy nourishing your body. OMG, I had you muted. Oh my gosh. Honestly, don't worry, Kirsty. I probably didn't say much. Ended up downloading my recordings to edit as I've neglected my editing for a couple of weeks and needed to catch up a bit. I've been really good about recording, not as good about editing. So I'm with you. My illustrated copy of The Secret Garden delivered in the last sprint. Oh my gosh, so you're going to be able to like compare, especially because you've already been reading it. You'll have to like look through and look at the illustrations and just enjoy it. Kate Lewis is the artist of this new version. Ooh, oh my gosh, I might have to look into that actually. I didn't realize you were still here. I'm close to finishing A Promise in. Ooh, Peridot. I'm hoping to finish it today or tomorrow because I have God Killer up next. Sarah. I'm a bit nervous because ever since we've all been gushing over the book, there have been some people who have adored it just as much as we have. And by we, I mean Brittany and Julie. There have also been people who've given it like 3 stars, who just isn't for them. So I'm giving you that information, Sarah, so you can enter it with an appropriate amount of interest without feeling too hyped. Although, so excited to get to it. I mean, I'm excited for you. I hope you love it as much as I did because I do love that book. And actually, I did mention this in my most recent book haul. That's one of the books I bought when I went to Barnes and Noble for like my big trip because I, had read it from the library and I was like, I need to own this. GRR, enjoyed tea. Oh, what's GRR? Is that an acronym I need to know? Get ready with me. You're gonna have to let me know, Renata, because I'm not sure. Oh, autocorrect, coconut. No, oh, not for me. You don't like coconut. Okay, good. So then I'm not bragging. You're like, I don't like you keep that coconut chocolate. I do not need it. Seeing Peridot reminds me of Steven Universe because a character is called that in. Oh, is it just GUR? That's not even an acronym. You're just saying GUR. I think you're just like growling. I don't know. I might be wrong. Anyways, I'm just laughing at myself. Is called that in the cartoon. Peridot is a green gemstone. Good night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you for the sprints. Of course, good night, Dee. Have a good one. Thanks for dropping in for so long, too. Yes, can. Oh, sorry. Was trying to say yes, a spoiler section at the end. That's what I'm thinking, because then people can just enjoy it. They don't have to skip around. Because then at the end, I'll just say, hey, spoilers are coming, and you can just leave and not feel as though you've got to like be on your, mouse and pay attention. Yeah. I read 3 chapters of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, then read 2 chapters of A Game of Thrones. I've got past 50% through the Hitchhiker's Guide, which I'm happy about. Honestly, that's a book that I started a long time ago, got distracted with other things. There was no reason for why I actually DNF'd it, and I've been meaning to get back to it because I really liked it. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but you've reminded me. Just looked for little free libraries near me, and only ones I found are in the most obscure places where I really wonder if they get any traffic. That would be the question. Yeah, because it's like how many people, drive there and what kind of quality are these books in? I'm always worried about how the maintenance is, like for weather. Like, is it, airtight enough where a rainstorm won't cause it to, be damaged? City of Brass has been on my TBR for years. I really want to read it soon. Well, I can say one thing. Because I don't want to give any spoilers as far as my thoughts go, but I don't think this is a spoiler. The audiobook, the narrator does an excellent job. Like, I was really impressed. I think it's just one woman who does all the parts, and it is a dual narrative. So we do have like a man's perspective, and I think it's the same woman who does him. And I think she does a great job for all of it. Like, she's really talented. So if you're an audiobook kind of person, Servasha, you might be able to enjoy that. It's kind of weird. I feel like little free libraries are either in the middle of nowhere or around the corner from big bookstores. Yeah, it should be kind of middle ground, like neighborhoods, maybe even like apartment complexes, like near those types of areas. Grr, as in stupid autocorrect. Okay, that's really funny. I was like GRR, Goodreads recommendation. Like I was trying to think of it, and it's just because we honestly at this point we just live among acronyms. So I just think everything, especially in caps, I'm like it must be an acronym. Yes, I saw it, your haul, and I laughed because I had just picked it up in BN2, Barnes and Noble. It had a bookmark in it, left by the bookmark fairy, and it said, "I picked a fantastic book." I thought, what? That is so cool. Oh, does that mean like someone went around and like put in bookmarks that said like this is such a good book to their favorite books? That is actually a really cute idea. I love that. And the nice thing for you is that Sunbringer is out. So if you do end up really loving it, you can immediately read Sunbringer. You don't have to wait very long. Read Hitchhikers in middle school, been planning to reread it. Have you read the entire series? Because I know there is one. This is one of my crazy moments last year. I bought the entire series because I loved the first like 100 pages that I read. And then as soon as I owned it, I was like, oh, I don't need to read this one anytime soon. And I haven't. I've been meaning to do that. I feel like that one could be a fun vlog to do the entire series. Like if I, end up loving it. My nearest little free library is over an hour away. Oh my gosh. There was a village near me that converted an old red telephone box into one, but it's inaccessible via public transit. That's so tough, I mean, it's a great theory. It's a great idea. The question is just how accessible is it? Was it? No, that was Laura living close to a barn, used bookstore. Yeah, it was Laura. Yeah, that was really cool. It was like, yeah, it was a barn, and then it was a bookstore in the barn. I love that. I love audiobooks. I shall request a hold to come. Honestly, yes, because that's how I did it. Once in a while, I would stray from the book, but I had to be sure that I was like, okay, this is a scene where they're just talking. I know what's happening. But I thought that the author did a really good job. Read the official for Neil Gaiman. Someone else wrote a fifth one. Have not read that. Oh, for Hitchhiker's Guide. Okay, so there's four, like four official, and then Neil Gaiman wrote a fifth one. Interesting, something like that. Because I got like a box set, and it's the first five. So I wonder, I might have to look into that. Let's see here. Not gonna know how to say that name. Ian? Is it just Ian? Is that one of those names where it's like pretty Ian Colfer? Oh, that might be how it is. Wrote the follow-up. Okay. Okay, so 4 Adams, and then the fit. Okay. 10-week wait for the audiobook from the Philadelphia. I should be ready. Oh, I was about to be like, wait, maybe that's me. I just returned it. I literally returned the audio because it did say, and I don't think I returned it. Servasha, you might want to try, I don't know though. You might want to also try Pittsburgh. Sorry, everyone. I'm talking to a fellow Pennsylvanian. so I'm just going to be coordinating with her for a second. I'm pretty sure that's where I got it. You know what? Where did I borrow it from? I think I borrowed it from Carnegie, but you're right, it's a 10-week wait for Philadelphia. That's probably your best because Carnegie's 19 weeks. It's a long wait. Anywho. Like Owen? Okay. That's true. That might be Owen as well. Because I also, I work with She Done It. We have our sound editor. His name is Ewan, but it's Euan, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how you. And he's Irish, which is why I'm making the connection there because I think that that's an Irish name. So yes, not far off. Okay, so Owen. Okay, interesting. All right, so this was a quick chatty bit, and I'm trying to figure out. I could do. You know what I'll do? I think I'm going to do an hour. That'll leave us just a handful of minutes, and then you'll all switch over to Nicole, and she'll have her own chatty bit, so it'll work out. But I think that'll give me time to ensure that the transfer will work. And I can tell you all goodbye in, the traditional way. So let's do an hour. And that'll just, so this won't be the last time we chat, but it will be our last sprint. Let's see. There we go. And yeah, just because I want to be sure. I want to be sure that I can check in with Nicole. And if I can't, at least I'll send you guys that way. But yes, of course. Oh my gosh. Thank you all for being here. We're so close to hour 8. We've been here for 8 hours. I will tell you that was not my intention today. So this was so fun, so unexpected. And yeah, Renee, please go to bed. You are up so past the bedtime. For you, it's gotta be at this point, like 11, maybe 12, depending on your time zone. Because I'm thinking the UK is 5 hours. I can't geography. I'm trying to think. Is Norway in the same time zone as the UK? I'm trying to think if it's where is it? Like, I know it's north of the UK, but I don't know how far over it is. My last sprint of the night as well. Oh my gosh, yes, again, like Kirsty also, like all of you. I am not surprised that you want to go to bed. You should. Hoopla available immediately. Even better. Yes, especially if you even, want to strategically use it. I don't know how many borrows Hoopla lets you have. For me, it's only 4, so I have to be strategic. Thanks so much. Have a great sleep to all of you. It does not feel like 8 hours. I thought that it would, but we've just we've had a great day. Okay, enough of the chatting. I will let everyone get to their hour of productivity. And like I said, we'll have a very quick little chatty bit at the end before I send you to Nicole. So see you in an hour if you don't go to bed. If you do, sweet dreams. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from that final sprint. But don't worry, don't worry. I see that, for instance, Sam has just joined us. Hi, Sam. I will be sending you off in good hands. I'm sad that you joined us late, but don't worry. More sprints to come. It'll just be happening in Nicole's channel. So I'll make sure in honestly a few minutes to send you all over so that you don't miss the beginning of it. But to provide a little bit of a check in for me, I'm at page 170. I'm in the middle of, what is it, chapter 15. And this section has made me put in very impromptu posty notes because I feel like I'm going to have some things to talk about the next time I update the vlog for it. I will say I'm still having a really good time. There's just certain things that I'm like, oh my gosh, makes me roll my eyes. But of course, I'm still hooked. You know, it's one of those things when the cheesiness is just hitting you in the right places. So I'm having a good time. Quite a few people left, which I totally understand because those of us who are in Europe or the UK, it's time for sleep. It really is. But I see that a few people returned. Jamie, for instance, Knit and Crochet Group ladies have gone home, so time to finish Red Rising. Awesome. You'll be doing that over with Nicole. And I really hope that it ends up working out and you have a good time all the way up until the end. I've done so much planting today. I'm still planting. Oh my gosh. Your little garden, your little plastic garden is going to look so great with your in your apartment and everything. Because I know we were talking about it before, how because you also don't have much space, you've had to DIY and create your own little almost greenhouse within your apartment. I have a bunch of irises to plant later today. I might soak some morning glory seeds to plant this evening too. Ooh, that sounds so great. Honestly, all the planting is just reminding me that spring is here and summer very soon. It's so lovely out. I finished the berry pickers. I think I'll give it 4 stars. I saw this comment come in, and that is so exciting because Hillary, you started and finished this book during these sprints, and a 4 star. Oh my gosh, we will not complain. Another hello to Sam. Hello. Also, I did some editing and have begged my laundry to dry faster so I can go to bed. Isn't that the worst? You just like keep like touching it. You're like, okay, you're a little damp still. Shoot. Okay. 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes. And then, oh gosh, I got to 38% and my iPad is almost dead. So I'm going to have to switch books. That's always the case. Hopefully you're able to stop at like a decent part where you're not just like, oh my gosh, we need to keep going. Worked on my to-do list, almost ready to have a supper snack. Not hungry, but should have something. That's how I'm feeling as well. I'm not super hungry, but I probably will maybe make a little bit of leftovers just to give my body something because it's dinner time. Thank you for the sprints and help provide structure and motivation, of course. Also, Brittany's here just in time for the teleportation. Perfect. Yeah, so I'll be sending everyone over there like right now. Chapter 30, 85% through. Started supper. Sam started flawless. Flawless. Oh my gosh. I'm almost halfway now that I think about it. I think I'm like 30 pages away from halfway. So, Sam, you have joined the right group of people. We also have sprints on Thursday for flawless if you like need a group of people to chat with then. And I'll chat with you on Tuesday too. We can chat on Tuesday about it. I made it to chapter 6, but then took a nap, a needed nap. Congratulations. Also, you've been reading in Spanish, so that might have been, hard on the brain, especially if you're used to reading in English, for instance. Absolutely, of course. Thank you, Christina, for hanging out with us all day. I'm just so glad the dryer only takes 2 hours, as the old one took 4. I swear, isn't it insane how long it takes? It's crazy. Finished flawless earlier this month. Jen, oh my gosh, I can't wait to talk to you all about it. So just don't forget, the live show is going to be the 4th of May. So because so many of us are reading it, I think it's going to be a really great discussion. And we only have about like 2 weeks to wait for it. Okay, I am going to, oh, you'll be at work for Thursday sprints. That's okay. Maybe we can figure something out and maybe one of us can host sprints next weekend too. We'll put it in the works. We'll think about it. Maybe I can host if Brittany and Claire aren't available. But now that it's 7 o'clock for me, that means Nicole's about to start. So I'm going to send you all over there. But thank you all for being here and hanging out with me. For those of you who just joined, I'm sorry that you can't hang out with me longer, but I promise you'll be in good hands. So yeah, I will see you all next time. Bye.